What I'm gonna do real quick, chat. I'm gonna restart VTube Studio because it's a little laggy. Because my dumb ass leaves it open all the time. So I'm gonna reopen it so that it doesn't look laggy. And then we'll be good. Hope you guys are doing well. I dropped my Switch. It's fine. It's been dropped more times than I can count. Wait. Good. Oh. Uh-oh. Is it okay? I think I did actually. The Switch is fine, but one of my left Joy-Con is really funky. I think one of the screws broke off. Which one already was broke off, so now I've got two. Oops. Let me make sure that it's okay. I have more. What's up, Sasuke? Doing well. Nice, nice, nice. $50 stream. Does it cap at 50 streams? Start 50 at the. What the fuck am I saying? Cause I thought you already hit 50. I could have sworn you already hit 50. Is that 40 before? Well, I would hope so. I hope you didn't skip from 39 to 50 somehow. All right. Ciao. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius Drosera, Captain of PRISMA and Space Mafia VTuber. Today is April 3rd, 2026. Hope you're doing well. I am so sorry for late stream and also missing stream yesterday. I've just been all over the place. I'm preparing. We've got a big stream Monday. For those who have not been here long enough. Every year we do. I think I've been doing this for 4 years now. 3 for sure. This is definitely at least my 3rd year doing it. I don't remember if I did it in my 1st year streaming, but every year we do a fun little review of you know, I love fashion. I am the model of Prisma after all. So we do a Met Gala outfit review every year, and so I've been preparing for that because I like to do a little tie-in, a little art tie-in for that. It's a lot of fun. I always feel like I need to preface it. For those who don't know, the Met Gala is an event uh, that occurs once a year at the Met Museum, I believe. Um, and basically, a bunch of celebrities show up, a bunch of like influential people show up, um, and wear super crazy outfits. There's always a theme every year. This year, the theme is fashion is art, which is very exciting, I think. A very fun theme, very up to interpretation. Um, but I like to do it every year because it's just a lot of fun. I think, you know, it's not lost on me that, you know, putting a bunch of rich people on a pedestal is somewhat of a tone deaf concept. But that's not really why I do it. I really like to just appreciate fashion, and it is one of fashion's biggest nights, if not the biggest nights for fashion, at least in the States. So it's something that I really like to do. It keeps going. Oh, okay. Um, it's something I like to do every year. And the last 3 years, I have done a little art tie-in for whatever the theme is. So I've been working really hard on it. I think this one might be my favorite look I've done for like any piece of art, aside from like models, of course. So I'm excited to see what you guys think. And then we'll be revealing all the celebrities who show up. This is actually this one's an interesting one because it is the first one I heard. It is the first one that Beyonce is going to be at in over 10 years. So she's going to be a co-chair. So it's pretty big. There's always a lot of celebrities that you will recognize that show up from a lot of different segments. They give you the hydrate and the stretch wonky. Whoa, what's going on with my... What was that? What was it? It wasn't tracking me. What the fuck was that? I see someone found some Naruto emotes. But yeah, I'm very excited. A lot of celebrities show up, and I have bored Bugs Bunny died. One we always clown on the guys because I think over the years there have been more and more guys that have like showed up and showed out, but a lot of times it's just gonna be guys in like black suits. It is embarrassing. The women always outperform. Yeah, the guys don't put in effort. Couldn't be me. But I'm still waiting on Anna Wintour's invitation. But yeah, the theme this year, well, the theme and the dress code are a little bit different. The dress code is fashion as art. So and I think these are always very difficult. I was gonna do a Beto, but the MF has no good pictures. A lot of these themes are often up for interpretation, right? They're very vague. I think that they take some inspiration from certain themes, but this one is definitely a very vague one, and so I'm interested to see what people do with it. There are always people that take it very literally, and then there's always also people that put their own spin on it. So um I think you can expect to see a lot of like art themed looks. um but I think, you know, there's always people that kind of take their own spin on it. um and then there's also always people who just for some reason don't look at the theme at all, like don't go by the theme at all for some reason. I never understand that. I mean, at least they put in effort, but you know, it's almost as bad as just showing up with a tux, you know. um so I don't know, I'm excited. I mean, I'm always excited to see it. Like I said, I think it's important to understand, like, there are, you know, I'm not somebody that like idolizes a lot of people except for Megan Thee Stallion because she deserves it. um but I think, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people that you recognize, right? And Big Seven, nice. You know, they do a really good job of like reaching out to like all forms of like entertainment and art, right? Because you have people from sports, you have people from movies, people from music, people from, you know, politics, people from just like every area there is. It's very interesting. There is like a very concentrated, like, I think every year there's a specific team that like really looks at who they're giving invitations to. And we will be doing another rating system, 1 out of 10 rating system that we did last year. Last year I was very stingy. There were a lot of people who just did not pay attention. I think, what was the theme last year? Tailored for You, I think, something like that, all about like, and it was very like oriented around like black fashion, right? Black fashion, and also suits, right? And you know, it was a very interesting theme, just because it was the first theme in a long time that was about like a specific article of clothing. And you know, you would think that the men would not have an issue with that, but they did. Even for a theme that is literally like it's supposed to be men's bread and butter, they failed. But there were still some people who showed out. I have to. I wonder. I feel like I posted my favorites. I think I had like a top 10 that I did. I think I want to say I gave out 4 10s last year, and this is like out of like 300 people, right? So I'm stingy. I'm stingy with my 10s. I'm very stingy with my 10s. But it is possible to get a 10 for me. I have given out my 10s. And obviously, I should also say, like, my word is not verbatim, right? We have fun with it. But, let me see. I feel like I posted on Twitter. Do. Oh, I guess I can show you guys. Let me show you guys my looks. They're gonna be graded with an undercurve. If I see any in a suit, I'll just say one. I think that it's possible to do a suit and make it look cool, especially with last year's. I mean, because last year's theme was all about suits, right? So I think it's definitely possible to do a look that uses a suit. But I think it's a comfort thing. Can you look good in a suit and make it look unique? Yes. Do men do that? No. Yeah, exactly. I think the other thing that people get really confused about is the theme and the dress code, and you're gonna see a lot of that. I think the theme for this year is costume art. Now, that is for the museum. And I think a lot of people get confused about the theme. The theme and the dress code are very different things. So you are definitely going to see people that didn't get the memo. You always see that every year. The dress code is fashion as art. Now there's some like overlap between those two things, but I wish that was emphasized a little bit more, because I think people think that the theme is what they're supposed to look like, right? The theme is just what the museum is going to look like for the whole year, because this is a year-long exhibit. It basically celebrates the opening of this exhibit. Kind of horrible at fashion usually. Oh, don't sell yourself short. I'm sure fashion is what you make it. Fashion is what makes you feel good. I don't think there's necessarily a wrong way to do fashion. I think, like Adam Sandler, for example, like his outfits are so insane to me, because he dresses in a certain way, but because he carries himself, it really makes him look the part for his fashion. Because like his fashion doesn't look like something that's like high fashion, right? But you can tell that there is a very specific way. There is like an effort that goes into how he dresses, right? He's a very, like, I bring him up because he's like Adam Sandler fashion. It's just very specific. Like there is a very, it's crazy, because like it looks really silly, but because of who he is, and like it almost is like character design, right? Look, okay, King. Like it's crazy. It's, the basketball shorts, the oversized t-shirt, it's very specific. And some might say that like this looks like Unk Drip, but I would argue he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Let's see. Is it just gonna search everything that I said? I hope it does. Maybe I have to do... Yeah, I think I have to do my username. Twitter's so broken. My style changes a lot during Pride Month. I'm a walking rainbow. Hell yeah. Okay, so this is what... Yeah, Garden of Time was 2024. This was my look. Then, looking back, I feel like... I don't know, I feel like I've changed so much in terms of like my design skills. Like this was my first one. I played a lot with like past and present because of the theme. And then this was last year's. I think it was tailored for you. was my theme last year. Of course, Garbanzo. I mean, sorry, Arnaldo Garbani. That's my stylist's name. This was my theme. This was my outfit last year, so I'm very excited. I already showed the boys. They said it looks. Dante said it eats, so that's good, I think. Oh, here we go. Oh, this was 2024. Did I not post a best outfits of 2025? 2024 was my favorite theme of this decade so far. Garden of Time. This one was probably my favorite. Demi Moore and what was their name? I forget. Harris Reed, right? But y'all know I like plants, so Cynthia Erivo, Zendaya. Who was this? Rebecca Ferguson. I probably posted it in the Discord. Jordan Roth, Alton Mason. Oh yeah, I loved this one. I loved this one so much. J. Harrison Key, Gustav Magnet Witzel. Yeah. So many good ones. So many good ones that year. Did I really not? Oh well. Anyway, so I'm very excited. I'm very excited to do another review and reveal. FYI, this is not an outfit reveal. It's not like a model outfit, but just because the thing is, I've considered like making these outfits, but I feel like they're a little too insane for, especially the one I'm doing this year. This one I think I put more effort into this one than the other two, for sure. I'm taking a lot of risks. So I'm excited to show them off. My dream is to be the first VTuber to go to the Met Gala, or if not the first, just to go one year and say that I got to go. Shit, I designed my own outfit. I design it and sew it, because I can sew. So just saying. I might get help though. I would probably get help. But that's just me dreaming into the void. I'm excited though. I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really fun theme. I think there's going to be a lot of really cool looks. I just heard Nicki Minaj got disinvited to the Met Gala, which is crazy. That was on my feed today. Miss Maga Minaj. Which honestly, yeah, that makes sense. But who's gonna be? I know Beyonce. I said Beyonce. It's kind of a secret as to like who all is invited. Um, because they kind of keep it hush hush until the event itself. Um, and you even see like celebrities will like cover their outfits until they actually like step foot on the premises, because you have to think like there's so many people. What does the X mean? Is it part of Prisma? X is my like, it's my Oshi sign, my little emoji. Because I've got X's in my eyes. But yeah, the people, there's, you know, a bunch of people that work on these outfits, right? Beyonce, Nicole Kidman, Venus Williams, and Anna Wintour. Sabrina Carpenter's gonna be there. Doja Cat, Lisa, Angela Bassett, Chase Sui Wonders, Lena Dunham, Lauren Wassner, Adut Aketch, Alex Consani, Anna Wayant, Shabala Self, Amy Sherald, and Chloe Mail. Exciting. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. We're gonna do that Monday. I think I said 8 p.m. EST. And it'll be long, you know. There are hundreds of attendees, so we will see the best and the worst of fashion for sure, and the most mediocre as well. I hope you will join me. And yeah, I don't know, we might slide a game in there after, but I don't know. I mean, last year it took like 4 hours just to get through everything, and then I think even then I missed a few, because there's always people that show up late. All right, okay. Let's do some investigating, shall we? We are officially in the final. Where is my, hold up. We're in the final case of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Very excited. A little sad, but excited. And we'll try to fill you guys in. Sorry, all right. I'll try to fill you guys in on the details of this case as best as I can. We're not super deep into this one yet. I think we're only like a fifth way through, but you know, and this is for me as much as it is for you, because I always forget about these cases after, you know, because we only do this once a week. I'm gonna try to finish, God willing, I'm gonna try to finish this case today, but no promises. There is a strong possibility that this is gonna be a 3-parter. But we will see. Okay. Which is... Okay, 651. 652. All right. Cool. All right. Let's see. Damn, there's already three pages of characters on this case. That's crazy. All right. So this is the turnabout for the ages, I think. Ace Attorney 2, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Yes. Case 5. So I am Miles Edgeworth, rival and likely love interest of Phoenix Wright. And my sidekick, my assistant, Kay Faraday, is a self-styled great thief and so-called second Yatagarasu who's always looking to bag the greatest treasure of all, the truth. This case happens right off the heels of losing our title as a prosecutor. We had to turn in our badge. But we're still investigating, baby. We're still doing it. A lot of heart. My favorite character, a freelance photojournalist who I've met in the past, known for her ability to sniff out the scoops and snag them with her trusty camera. Dijon Wang is the victim in this case. He's the president of the fictional country Zhangfa, and his body was found on a film set. This is interesting because he was almost the victim of the first case of this game. And now he is an actual victim in this one. Shilong Lang, an Interpol agent with an unrivaled arrest rate, originally from Zhangfa. Crew member Penny Nichols, a props person at Global Studios and the first to discover the body. Sean Fenn, the child star of the monster movie being filmed, mature for his age with a menacing demeanor. He's the son of Verity Gavel, a judge and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, suspected of being involved in the president's murder. Now, just because it says suspected doesn't mean that she is, right? I have a strong feeling she did not do it. Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective. Oh, I'm gonna miss Gumshoe, dude. That just hit me. I just realized this is the last case with Gumshoe in it. Homicide detective. He doesn't die. It's just there's no more games with him in it. Homicide detective from the local precinct who's always first on the scene at any murder investigation. I assume that's the case because my understanding is the next two games that we're playing take place like in the distant past. So none of these characters are going to be present, but Eddie Fender, senior partner at Edgeworth & Co., acting as Fifi Lagarde's attorney in place of Rosie Ringer. Fifi Lagarde, should just go over her, I guess. A former prison warden. She's currently on trial for the murder of Bronco Knight. So she was the one who was responsible for the murder in case 2 of this game. Franziska von Karma, daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She's a highly talented prosecutor and is currently working with Interpol. Eustace Winter, we just found him in his dad's garage, tied up. A rookie prosecutor who thinks he's a real winner ran off in shock after discovering that his father is a criminal. So we're talking to him right now, actually. We just played mental chess with him to get him to open up. Regina Berry, head animal trainer at the Berry Big Circus, and Saint's boss. Simeon Saint, an animal tamer in training at the Berry Big Circus. He came to watch the trial. Will Powers, an action star with Global Studios. He's playing the part of Torosaurus in the movie that's currently being shot. Tabby Lloyd, a journalist who's always on the lookout for a scoop, protege of Lotta Hart, and Excelsius winner. He was the perpetrator in the previous case, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence and the ringleader behind the underground auction. He's currently under arrest for murder. I've actually never watched Ace Attorney. Ooh, well then you are in for a treat, because I hear this case is really good. So the gist that you need to understand about this case is that there is a movie being filmed that is, I guess, like a Godzilla like movie, right? Like a big monster. I believe they're called kaiju movies, because I had my best friend in middle school was like obsessed with Godzilla and the like. And he was like that was like his special interest. This is Kei's Yatagarasu pin. A lot of this probably is not going to make sense. A lot of this evidence. But I think the main thing to understand is that the president of Zhangfa, this fictional country, it's not a fictional country in this universe, right? But it does not exist in real life. The president of that country was found laying on the ground dead. And this was on the premises of the set for the movie. So I think the expectation is that that somebody that was on the scene of on the set did the murder. Apparently he was like being given like a tour of the set because he's a fan of this creature. And then they closed up for the day. Everybody went off the scene off the set. And then the next day he was found laying on the ground dead, as you can see. This was a forged letter, a letter written by an unknown person claiming to be Kei. Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Rosie was the victim in the previous trial. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago, Kei. So that was forged. Creature feature flyer, latest in the series after a 12-year hiatus, Torosaurus vs. Gordy. An epic rivalry is born, the legendary Torosaurus vs. Gordy. Global Studios production. The big building. Site of the underground auctions. There's an entrance to the hidden 51st floor on the roof. So the other thing that you need to understand is like there's this whole like art smuggling ring that's going on, and it seems to be tied to a lot of the murders. In fact, a lot of the things being auctioned are also like evidence from previous cases that we've covered. Monster footprints. The concrete was broken and the earth exposed, but are they really footprints? So there were 3 of these at the scene of the crime, which makes it seem like, oh, maybe it was the monster that did it, but the monster's not real. So crime scene notes. Surrounded by shards of concrete, flecks of something yellow stuck to clothes. I thought this was mustard, because isn't the president's name Dijon? Torosaurus head, modeled on the first generation Torosaurus design. Seems like it fell from the roof of the on-set production trailer last night. Yeah, I think they were saying that it might have made contact with the victim. Torosaurus plushie belonged to President Wang. It can record and playback sound. Photo taken yesterday. No monster footprints and no body were visible at that point. Movie set locks. The combination lock on the front gate was left untouched, while the side gate's chain was cut sometime last night. I think they mentioned that it was like it might have been like, I don't remember if they were saying that this means that it was it had to have been somebody who knew about the lock or somebody who didn't. I don't remember. Security camera footage shows President Wang and Judge Gavelle arriving on the roof of the big building. There's no footage of the president riding the elevator down to leave. So yeah, I think they were trying to say that Gavelle pushed him off the roof. But I think that's crazy because, I mean, look at, like, his body is, there's no blood, and his body is in, like, perfect shape in more ways than one. But it's, I feel like if you fell from like 51 floors, you would have been a lot more mangled than this, right? That's just kind of my thinking. Miss Hart was in the 51st floor storeroom the night before last, but didn't see the president pass through. Blue truck parked in front of the big building. Driver is nowhere to be found. Sean's rehearsal tape, filmed yesterday evening, shows Sean rehearsing by a monster footprint. Right, so Sean is missing current. There is some yellow. Yeah, I don't think we've figured out what that is yet. Maybe somebody was just doing like a mustard bukkake on him. I don't know. So Sean's missing. I think he might have been kidnapped. We're still trying to figure that out. And right, so okay, so Sean was kidnapped and used for ransom for Verity Gavelle. Yo, hold up. He's 13, she's 26. I mean, she had him when she was 13. Jesus, Verity. And she's a judge at 26. Okay. She's living some long years, apparently. But yeah, so Sean Fenn, regardless, Sean Fenn was kidnapped and basically used as ransom against Gavelle. You know, she's a judge, so she was presiding over the case of Fifi Lagarde, and basically she was like, whoever kidnapped Sean was like, you need to acquit Fifi Lagarde if you want to see your son again. So we're basically trying to figure something out so that we can we can figure out where Sean is so that she doesn't feel pressured into doing that. Obviously it's not good, but I feel like if I were in her place, I probably would have done the same thing. You know, I probably would have, that's your son, so you're gonna do whatever you can to save him. So I don't necessarily like fault her for it now that we know that she's like, worried that she's gonna lose her son. And then the mechanic's gloves, meant for motorcycle maintenance, but currently covered in dirt for some reason. Death. They also have some weird shards on them. I don't know what that's about. Alright, so with that, let's begin, shall we? I know that was a lot, but helps to go over everything, It's been a week. No. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him move so fast. He's particularly speedy when it comes to running away from things, it seems. April 6th, 1:15 p.m. Big building plaza. We don't have much time left. I think we'd better check in with Fender. He'll want an update on what we've discovered. And we need to know what's going on over at the courthouse. Eustace ran off, right? Isn't he supposed to be the prosecutor in charge? We're just updating Fender. Nothing else will change. Francisco will continue for the prosecution. Okay. Is that really alright, though? It's going to have to be. Like you say, Eustace ran off. Moshi Moshi. Look, I hate to be a stickler for the details, but let's go over this just one more time, shall we? No murder weapon means no conclusive proof, means no conviction. That's all there is to it. That makes no sense. The lack of a murder weapon doesn't prove your client's innocence. Don't make me come over there and whip it into you. Eek! Eddie, darling, how much longer is this going to take? It's almost as if you're trying to drag this out for as long as possible. Sorry, Fiefs, it's our friend the prosecutor over there. She's stubborn as a freaking mule. Then give me a satisfactory explanation. Or I'll just have to keep whipping you until you can. Seriously? I've already taken more licks than I've had birthdays. Come on, Miles, what's taking so long? I'm happy to buy you some time and all, but I'm taking a beating here. I think it's more of a lashing, but... Oop, sorry, Chi, this one's important. Mind if I take it? Fine. Moshi Moshi. Bender. Miles Areno, am I ever glad to hear your voice. How are things on your end? We found Eustace. Sweet. And the knife and the chisel? Unfortunately, he entrusted both to his father's care, which means that Chairman Winter is the only person who knows where they are. Chairman Winter? But why would he? We're not quite sure of the specifics just yet. But we do know that Chairman Winter and Warden Lagarde have some sort of connection they'd rather others didn't know about. Gotcha. Alright, guess the next move will be to get Excelsius Winter on the stand. Best to hear the deets from the proverbial horse's mouth, right? I'll keep looking for the missing evidence, and for Sean. Well, shake a leg, will you, big guy? Can't keep this one from going to the judges much longer. We're a gnat whisker from a verdict here. Understood. Wonder how long Judge Gavel's nerve can hold. This can't be easy for her. We need to hurry. How are things over at the courtroom of doom? They're going to call Chairman Winter to the stand. Who knows how that will go for them. Yeah, he's already stooped to evidence stealing and kidnapping. What else is he capable of? Exactly. Perhaps we should look over any evidence we have relating to him just in case it might help. Good idea. Alright, leave it to me. Presenting a hot new piece of evidence fresh from the evidence oven. The gloves we found in his garage? Yes, I was thinking about those. Anything else? What about the case file from the IS-7 incident? Chairman Winter was involved in that, right? Yes, he helped suppress the evidence. It's probably a good idea to have the notes on hand. IS-7 incident case file jotted. Data jotted down in my organizer. Excellent. Do we have anything else? Let's take a look at that. IS-7 incident case file. Date December 24th, 18 years ago. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth, aka our dad. Victim Artie Frost. Suspect Samson Tangaroa. Case summary: body of Artie Frost discovered in mansion belonging to Samson Tangaroa. Persons of interest: Delicious Scone, Judy Bound, Carmelo Gusto. Notes: Carmelo Gusto and Artie Frost's sons would both visit Tangaroa's mansion up through the day before the incident. From the day of the incident onward, their whereabouts are unknown. Okay, so I feel like the sons are probably going to come into this at some point. Because they've been bringing the sons up a few times. This was the third case, I think. It's really tying all the cases into this one, huh? We sure do. Last but far from least, there's this. Your Yatagarasu pin? Okay. Asked for evidence related to Chairman Winner. Can you please try and take this seriously? Says the guy who spends his life presenting people with evidence that has nothing to do with anything. That's different. Wait, that's Eustace? Huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Rude. He totally ignored me. What was he doing in the big building, I wonder? Let's go inside and see if we can figure out what he was up to. Yes, good idea. Huh? The hatch is wide open. Maybe Eustace opened it. Did Eustace really come down here? Mr. Edgeworth, look! Safe, it's open! Oh, I did wonder about that. What was going on with the safe? I guess maybe he did come down here. We better take a closer look. There's some stuff left in the safe. I think we'd better take a look, don't you? The owner will just have to forgive our prying. It's a document of some kind? Let's see. Yeah, a document. And there's a photo attached, too. This picture, it's of... Whoa, that's Mr. Knight, right? The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. Why is there a picture of him in there? And what's this paperwork about? I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look. You were right, darling. There's some sort of connection between Knight and Connus. As you know, we've been trying to find out who Connus plays silly correspondence chess games with. Now we know. I'll be pulling Knight into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow. I'll make that worm admit he's Cannus's lackey if it's the last thing I do. Ooh. So you do your bit too and retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. Seems to be some sort of report on Knight. Yeah, and it must be from right around the time he was killed. We know that Knight was killed while being interrogated in the prison warden's office. I think we can safely assume that this document was written by Fifi Lagarde, don't you? I'd say so. But who was it written for? Oh, I guess whoever owns the safe? And I'd say that's likely to be the auctioneer, Excelsior's winner himself. Proof that they really did know each other. Indeed, and not only that, it proves another connection. Huh? Lagarde and Winner were trying to flush out Mr. Connus' henchmen. Oh, you mean Bodhidharma Connus, right? The assassin guy with a soft spot for dogs? Yes, something links the three of them. Something they don't want anybody to know. But what? I don't know yet, but I suspect it has something to do with this case. Right, so I guess we're establishing that, like, everybody... all the perps in previous cases in this game are, like, connected, basically. Report from Warden Lagarde, which is kind of what I suspected, but I don't think we've had any concrete, like, evidence that they definitely were in cahoots. Wait, there's something else in here we've seen before. Oh. There's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring. An expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Well, 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 Mr. Knight. Your chess set and your ring are here too. All your possessions in one place. So basically the safe was full of evidence from the murder at the prison? It would seem so. Which means the missing knife and chisel might be here too. Knife, chisel. No dice. There's nothing here apart from Mr. Knight's stuff. Really? Curses. Knight may be dead. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. Die. but he left unfinished business behind him. I think we need to find out what it was. Doesn't take a genius to spot that there's something missing here. Indeed. The gem and ninja mask you were found with. Hope the events of 2 nights ago aren't weighing on you too heavily, Kay. Yeah, mask down here, a cotton candy store above. All we need is a Ferris wheel and a rifle range, and we've got ourselves a fairground. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Seems I needn't have worried at all. Yeah, I don't think she's phased at all by the trauma. They wrapped this box in chains so nobody could open it, huh? Yes, as you can see. So I wouldn't just need my rope craft skills to escape. I need to learn some chain work, too. Ugh, it's hard being a great thief these days. Thief problems. Now there's a type of quandary I'd never thought about before. This is the transceiver the killer contacted us on. This is Yatagarasu. Repeat, Yatagarasu. Come in, Mr. Edgeworth. Over. What was that? We've successfully infiltrated floor 51 of the big building. Over. Transmitting my position now. I'm standing right next to you, Kay. There's no need to transmit anything. No way. You got here already? How did you do that? I have no idea what you're talking about. But can we please get back to our investigation? Request to regroup and reconnoiter. Duly received. Can do. Over. Good. Then let's get to it. Roger that. Over and out. The legs are 4 human figures holding up the tabletop in the center. Certainly bold. Would certainly keep you safe if you hid underneath it during an earthquake. Tons of stuff could fall on top of it and it still wouldn't break. Yes, and then you'd be trapped in the company of these 4 strange fellows. Oh, it wouldn't be me trapped under there. Great thieves mostly work outdoors. No, it'd probably be you down there trying to think of what to talk to them about. Why don't you get under there now and practice a few lines? No, thank you. It's the money from the underground auction. Perhaps it would be better if Kay didn't see it. Stealing money is kind of the big thing with thieves right now. There are trends in thievery? But don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm no fashion victim. I'm my own great thief. They broke the mold when they made this Yatagarasu. Then I guess we'd better let her continue to believe that stealing money is the latest thing. Look at this, a giant monkey head. And the monkey has a top knot. It's the mascot of Global Studios. It showed up in a previous case of mine. Oh, I think I've heard of him. Mr. Monkey? Yeah, that's it, Mr. Monkey. Close, Kay, but not quite. I think you'll find it's Mrs. Monkey. Huh, is that so? Shame. Mr. Monkey sounds way cooler, don't you think? Kinda does, like, fly off the tongue better. Roll off the tongue, not fly. I doubt there would be much point to sending to the committee chamber right now. Secret elevator and a secret ladder and a secret storeroom. Whoever built this place sure loves secrets, huh? They certainly seem to. Do you think that's important somehow? Sure do. Us great thieves love secrets too. We're almost as good at hiding stuff as we are stealing it. But don't worry, I won't go to your house and hide your Persian slippers, I promise. Whoa, I don't even own any. I wouldn't put it past her to assume it, though. Let's see. That's 1, 10, 100. What exactly are you counting, Kay? The zeros on this sign here. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million? So that's 2,400,000? 2,400,000 pounds? This must be the heaviest statue in the world. Heavy enough that there would be nothing but a hole in the floor if that were true. Oh, I think that's the price, right? Can I interest you two in some cotton candy, perhaps? Oh, shit. I have ice cream, too. But if I recall correctly, you weren't much of a fan. You! The killer! It's wonderful to see you looking so well, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you doing here? It's just as I said. I'm selling cotton candy. Can I really not interest you in some? Parting clouds, it's called. Very apt. Sweeter than death itself, and so delicious you'll feel you're parting the cloud and route to heaven. He's the last person on Earth I'd accept candy from. I was hoping to ask you about my little message. Did you manage to figure it out yet? Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? Have you been watching us this whole time? Watching you? No. I prefer to think I'd been watching over you. The stand here really is the most marvelous little vantage point. How are the two things any different? And what does he want with us? The president's murder, was that you? Oh no, my contract elapsed a little while ago. He was rather famous among us assassins, you know. The man no one could kill, notoriously stubborn despite multiple attempts over the years. And it wasn't just his brawn that kept him safe. He used bodyguards, body doubles, you name it. It certainly wasn't his brawn that kept him safe. Sadly, this time, his bodyguards were nowhere to be found. Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder if the bodyguards are, like, in on it. Still. After Mr. Rook died to save him, too. As I said, it wasn't me. I do not kill without good reason. Which, honestly, I believe it solely because that would be too obvious, and also we're not anywhere close to the end of this case. Which is something else I have to be grateful to Mr. Rook for. Thanks to him, I avoided killing someone entirely unworthy of my attention. Thanks to? What does that mean? The person who hired me deliberately misled me as to the identity of my target. A betrayal of trust for which I won't soon forgive them. That is why I'm currently doing all I can to track them down. And do you know what I think? I think you and I are looking for the same person. Is he talking about whoever it is that killed the president? And who is this person, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, come now, I can't tell you that. It's against the rules. Revealing the identity of a client is out of the question. I'd hardly stay in business long if people couldn't trust me now, would I? But that doesn't mean there's anything to stop me from catching up with them in my free time. And what are you going to do when you find them? Why, dish out a little justice for the betrayal I suffered, of course. What? What are you saying? What's going to happen to them? I think you can imagine. Well, this hasn't exactly been a pleasant catch-up. Ah, but I shouldn't leave you completely in the dark. There's something you ought to know. Our mutual friend Bodhidharma Karnas, he escaped 3 days ago. What? Oh. Three nights ago, to be precise, his cell was suddenly simply empty. Almost as if he knew I was coming to pay him a visit. Wait, the killer went to visit Karnas in prison? Does that mean he's the person the killer is looking for? Now, I'd better not take any more of your time. We'll be seeing one another again soon, I'm sure. Let's both keep up the good work, shall we? We'll run our target to the ground in the end. First a killer, now Karnas. 2 assassins on the loose. Oh, that sound. Mr. Edgeworth, it's Judge Cavell's cell phone. Could it be Sean? How's it going, Miles? Whoever it is using a voice changer. Who is this?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat? Oh, shit. You're the one who abducted Kay.
Bingo. Well figured out, Mr. Antonius Prosecutor.
I can't hear Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, where's the speakerphone button?
I was as surprised as anybody when she lost her memory like that. Talk about a curveball.
Hey, I'm standing right here, you know.
But never mind all that. I called to talk about something else. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? Must be the person the killer was talking about.
I also called to say thank you.
Neither want or need your thanks.
Sure, but you deserve them anyway. Guess the penny didn't drop yet, huh? You're right. I abducted Kay, as you put it. And why would I do that, huh? That's right. Because I need you to help me make sure that Winner got caught.
No.
If Kay was a suspect, you'd have to look into it. And if you looked into it, you'd be sure to unmask him eventually. After all, you're a genius, right?
Love that voice. I'm trying to do like a voice disguise. I don't know.
Everything worked out exactly like I planned. Oh, and there's something else you should know. Something you didn't figure out yet. It wasn't Winner who kidnapped Judge Gavel's boy.
You. What do you know about that?
You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pally to me.
How could they possibly know about that? She didn't even use her real name when she visited. She pretended to be Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, you want...
Oh, anyway, you want to know how... Sorry, my voice disguise dropped for a second. Pretend you didn't hear that. Anyway, you want to know how I knew about the kidnapping? That one's nice and simple at least. Because sweet innocent little Sean is here with me right now.
What? No!
Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. If only I could see your faces. Well, okay, what do you say? Why don't you come and steal him back, just like you said you would? You wouldn't want the amazing yacht garage you first commissioned to be a failure, would you?
They even know about that? Thanks, Sasuke. Can they possibly know so much?
Oh, don't get the wrong idea about dear old Excelsius, by the way. Papa Winner's still a villain through and through. He wanted to kidnap Sharon. I just got there first.
So there were 2 kidnapping plots?
Actually 3, but... he's not important. Oh, what a bunch of clowns. His goons kidnapped his son by mistake.
Right. Okay, because he was, yeah, he was in his dad's garage. Sean really there with you? Prove it. Put him on the phone.
Oh, he's here, but I'm afraid I can't do that. He's sleeping. So sweet.
Then why should we believe you? You might not be the kidnapper at all.
Look, if you don't want to believe me, that's up to you.
What do you want? What's the end game here? Are you just trying to get Lagarde acquitted?
Nope. I couldn't care less about whether they find her guilty or not.
So whoever it is, they're not after the same thing as Chairman Winner.
My endgame is going to have to stay a secret for now. Alright, nice talking to you. You kids have fun, okay?
Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice very highly.
Who is that? I wish I knew, but they didn't give us enough to figure that out. Deliberately, I imagine. What? So we really have nothing to go on? It's not fair. They sure knew a whole lot about us. Indeed they did. You're right. It was uncanny how much they seemed to know. How is it possible that they were party to so much that happened in private? Right? They knew everything about the whole kidnapping situation, too. We need to figure out how. Where were they getting their information from? Consider this carefully. What were the things they knew?
You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pally to me. You wouldn't want the amazing Otter Sue's first commission to be a failure, would you?
They even knew about that?
Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. If only I could see your faces.
That's it. Based on the specifics they mentioned, there's only one possible answer. Got it, Kay. Good night, Moth. Got it, Kay. I know how they knew. Huh? Really? See you later. Or they were. Listening in on us? Must have been able to hear us somehow. It's the only possible answer. What? Like they were eavesdropping on us? Think about what the kidnapper said.
Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. If only I could have seen your faces.
If only I could see your faces. That means they couldn't, so they weren't filming or following us. Okay, so what? They hit a bug somewhere? Let me take a look at the stuff in my bag. Where could they have concealed it? Well, that must mean that they would have had to make an exchange with us at some point, right? I guess it's possible they could have done it through multiple degrees of separation, but there was someone... If we were bugged, then someone would have had to bug us, right? Need to go back to what they said again. Yes, they somehow knew about something they shouldn't have. Judge Gavel's impromptu visit and our conversation in the visitor's room. Judge Gavel! Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What evidence did I have on my person at that point? The bug must have been hidden here. Ooh. Was it the plushie? What did we have? We had the forged letter, but I don't think they hit a bug on the letter. That's kind of difficult, right? Was it the pin? Yeah, interesting. Okay, can I take a closer look at your badge? The Yatagarasu pin? No, it's mine. What? Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth, sure, you're a great thief's assistant now. That doesn't mean you get to wear the pin right away. You have to earn it. I don't want to wear it, I want to check it for bugs. Huh? This old thing? Let's take a look, shall we? Something I've been wondering for a while now, but is this pin something you inherited, or... Nope, there wasn't one, so I made it myself. I suppose that makes sense, it is quite flashy. Can't imagine any other thief wanting to wear it. What? You don't have to be so mean, you know. Oh. Bingo. Huh? Whoa. So I was right. How did you know? Whoever it is, I guessed. I was wrong the first time. Whoever it is we're dealing with, they came into close contact with you recently. And they knocked me unconscious, you mean? Precisely, which made me think the bug must be in one of your possessions. Okay, yeah, so... Well, she was in the first case. And he did say he was the man in the red raincoat, if we're taking him at his word. So... Yeah, maybe, I guess that makes sense. because she took a picture of him. They also overheard my conversation with Judge Cavell when she visited me, something that would have been impossible if I didn't have the bug on my person at the time. I get it, so you thought back over what they let you keep hold of when they locked you up. Yes, all the case evidence I was carrying had been confiscated, meaning the only thing it could possibly have been was your pin. So they were listening to us this whole time? And they heard everything we said? I suspect so. Everything to do with this case and more. Wait, they're probably listening to what we're saying right now. They may well be, yes. Hey, jerkface. Yes? Kay? Eavesdropping coward. Why don't you come out and show yourself?
You're hurting my feelings.
Huh? What was that sound? Ow, 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 ow. Ouch, dang it. Uh-huh. Oh, look, it's Tabby. Y'all sure know how to surprise a girl. You gotta shout that loud without a word or a warning? Maybe jump halfway out of my skin. Sorry. What's got you so ornery anyhow? Get a load of this. Seriously, it'll make your blood boil. It will, huh? I'm all ears. I wonder if we might be better off keeping it to ourselves, Kay. Assuming we don't want to be all over the front page of tomorrow's paper, that is. Oop, thanks. Nearly walked right into that. Oh, come on. Y'all are no fun at all. I was counting on you opening up and spilling the beans all over this here plaza. I'd better switch off the bug before I forget. So, did y'all find that there kidnapping kitty? Speaking of which, the child you saw being taken away. Was it the boy in this photograph? Huh? Nah, that ain't him. Kid I saw looked dumber in mud, even if he did have on some fancy school uniform. No prizes for guessing who she means. So Miss Lloyd managed to confuse matters once again. I think we better take another look around. Back to square one. Hopefully we'll turn up some new information soon. There are only 20 minutes left until 2? Are we going to make it in time? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, I just had a thought. It's about that phone call. There's a weird noise in the background, right? Oh yeah, the bang. There was. Don't think for a second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly.
Wait, she's right. We heard a loud bang right at the end. Exploding sound. Oh, okay. Is that what we're calling it? Could that provide a hint as to the kidnapper's location? Loud bang, you say? I see. Gah! You stop eavesdropping. Boy, you never get any clear, do you, Ruffles? I guess I'll need to speak with Miss Lloyd, too, much as I don't want to. Interesting. Is that gumshoe? This is getting interesting. This is the site bus. They use it for moving the cast and crew around during shooting. A bus, huh? Then we need to know where it's going and how much the tickets cost. It's Global Studios' own private bus, Kay. You wouldn't need to buy a ticket. And the destination will change depending on the needs of the crew. So let me get this straight. It's free and it goes anywhere you want it to? I gotta get me one of these. What you want, then, is not a bus, but a car, Kay. Just like everyone else. Mr. Powers, can I ask you a somewhat impertinent question?
Sure? What is it?
Are they planning on making any more Steel Samurai?
Dude, he's such a nerd. Sorry. Does this have something to do with your case?
No, I was simply asking out of interest.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but they don't let us talk about this stuff with just anybody.
I'm sorry to have put you on the spot. I know it was a long shot. Well. But he didn't say they weren't planning on making anything new. Interesting. Dude, he's such a fanboy. There's an array of filming equipment here. I imagine he just has a whole steel samurai shrine at home. There's an array of filming equipment here. It's practically screaming, steal me, just sitting there on the ground like that, huh? Okay. I know. I was just seeing how it felt to say it. I stole Global Studios gear. They'd never be able to make another Steel Samurai show again. And where would that leave you and all the other fans, huh? That's not why I stopped you, but it's also a good point. Well, if it ain't my two newest pals, more trouble, hop in. Thank you, but we don't need to go anywhere right now. You don't gotta say nothing, buddy. I can see it written all over your face. You gotta go make a fresh start, am I right? New town, new house, new everything. Chops on your tail, wise guys even, it don't matter. Just rip it all up and start again. Come on, hop in. Your new life starts right here. Just be sure to tip generously now. I'm starting to wonder why we weren't more suspicious of him the first time. How are things looking here, officer? All good? Yes, sir. Very good indeed. I haven't just been keeping my eyes and ears peeled, but my nose, tongue, and fingers, too. It's a whole new kind of guard duty, and I must say, I'm really relishing the challenge it presents. No offense, but would you mind concentrating on more traditional methods? Stop, Gummy. Why are you running away from us? Detective Gumshoe, when you gave up your badge, sir, I didn't know what to do with myself. He's so pathetic. You stay right where you are, Detective. So I thought, if you weren't gonna be a prosecutor anymore, then maybe I shouldn't be a detective either. But I was wrong. Even if you're not around, always be a detective. My job will always be to investigate crimes. And us detectives don't just investigate when prosecutors ask us to. We have to be able to look into stuff ourselves, too. Is that what you were doing just now? And back then, too. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that? So Rosie Ringer's autopsy report. When I went down to the detention center to see how Kay was doing,
When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer. That's the truth I created. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see.
You ever heard that? Yeah, so I went back and looked over the evidence, dug out a little something I thought might help. No way, Gummy, you're the best. Aw. I'd be in prison right now if it wasn't for you. My pleasure, kid. Good to see you got your memory back, by the way. Thanks. So anyway, like I said, I'm investigating stuff for myself these days, and that's that. Wait, Gummy, don't run off again. We get it. You can look into stuff for yourself now. That's great. It helped me right when I needed it most. But right now, we need you to work with us. I'm no longer a prosecutor, or indeed an anything. You're a hot man in his late 20s. Well, that I am, but we're investigating a case regardless. And I ask you this not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, will you help us? Oh shit.
Oh, stop it, sir. You're killing me here. Come on, Gummy. Alright, I'll do it. Just stop bowing and being nice to me, okay? It's weird. Gummy!
Thank you, Detective.
So what do you need?
Can you tell us what you've discovered in the course of your investigation, Detective?
Yes, sir. Sure I can. Alright, so I got 3 big things to tell you. Here goes. Number 1. I got really into ranch dressing recently. Number 2. I've got some results for you from when forensics looked at case closed. They found traces of what looked to be a powerful sedative. Brand was 3Z's.
I guess that's what she was drugged with at Gourd Lake. Or she was taken to the roof of the big building.
Sure seemed that way. Now for number 2. I got hold of all the footage from that security camera in front of the big building elevator.
The camera that captured President Wang and Judge Gabel that night. The elevator is usually the only way of getting onto the roof, correct? And therefore, anyone using it should have been caught on camera.
That's right. So winding the tape back to 2 nights ago, we should have been able to see Kay being carried up there while she was out cold. And, did you spot me, Gummy? I watched it all on fast forward, everything from 2 days ago to the end.
Yes, and?
Nothing. No sign of Kay anywhere.
I thought it was too good to be true. Well, I mean, that's a clue in and of itself. That means that there's a blind spot that the camera isn't picking up, right? Because I mean, it would have picked her being carried. So how did the kidnapper get her up there? I think we'll need to look into that in a little more detail. And the last item on your list?
Yes, sir. This is the big one. The third thing I have to tell you is, it's great to be working with you again. I'll help you catch this perfect. It's the last thing I do, and that about wraps it up.
Oh, I was hoping for something more substantial for that third one, but I guess it's good to be working with you too. I've put you through a lot, Detective, but that doesn't mean I can start going easy on you. That's the big one, as you put it. It doesn't even have anything to do with the case. I preferred something of practical use.
Oof, no mercy, huh? Guess I shouldn't have expected any less. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm glad to be berated by you again.
A boy has been kidnapped. We need your help to find him.
Kidnapped? They napped a kid?
Yes, his name is Sean Finn.
Oh, wait. The kid with the horns?
You know him?
I saw him earlier today.
You mean this morning?
Yeah, he got off that bus over there, and then he walked off towards the garbage disposal area. Where's that? Just over there. It's where all the offices in the big building put their trash before it gets taken away. Where he went after that, I couldn't tell you. I had to leave right around then.
I think we'd better take a closer look at this garbage disposal area.
So Sean walked off in this direction, huh?
It would seem so, yes. Perhaps we'll find some clues here as to his current whereabouts. The trash is collected at 11 a.m. I guess that's why the enclosure is empty.
There was a ton of stuff here earlier. Big stuff, too. Today must be the day they take the big stuff away. Yeah, sure looked that way. I bet the big squisher machine squished it all up good anyhow.
They don't do that with the larger items. They just take them away as they are.
They do, huh? How do you even know that, sir?
In a previous life, I was a squisher.
Wait, Mr. Fenner's pretty keen for you to join him, right? I'll bet he sent you some kind of pamphlet on how to throw your stuff away from when you move office.
They're spookily insightful sometimes, Kay, but only sometimes.
This milk?
This milk carton.
Same brand Sean drinks.
Something happened to him here, almost certain of it. Based on what we've seen and what Detective Gumshoe told us, I think there's a strong possibility that Sean was abducted from the garbage disposal area. Yeah, it's kind of out of the way of prying eyes, huh? But why would Sean even come here in the first place? Well, they were storing stuff, right? And he's the star of the movie, so I mean, I wouldn't completely put it past him. Imagine he must have had something to dispose of. The truck's already come and gone. Guess we'll never know what that something was now. So they keep it locked up tight, huh? I guess they don't want non-residents disposing of their trash here. It's totally empty. Yes, because the garbage was just collected. You think? Or did somebody steal it all? Smell a crime here, Mr. Edgeworth. I certainly smell something as well, but is it really the scent of a crime? I think we gotta come back here in a minute. How about that? A little help from little old me and y'all made a giant leap closer to solving the case. Closer? Sure, if by closer you mean we wound up going after the completely wrong kidnapped victim. She must have barely looked at the photo at all. Oh, really? And here I thought I'd given y'all the tip of the century. My bad. It's not your fault, it's ours for putting our trust in unreliable sources. We'll just have to learn to not do it again. Hey, that ain't nice. I don't gotta give y'all no tips at all, you know. And I won't. Not if you're gonna be like that. Alright, fine, maybe just this one. But only 'cause I got a real scoop for y'all this time. A real scoop? This should be good. Fine, I'm not expecting much, but you got my attention. What is this scoop of yours? Proof, that's what. Proof that Taurosaurus really is real. Alright, okay, we're leaving. Wait. I ain't lying, I swear. Sure, it's hard to believe, but it's true. We don't have time for this, but we also don't have much else to go on, I suppose. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. I was hoping for something a little better than that. Hey, don't make that face, dang it. I ain't lying. Listen for yourself and tell me it ain't true. Alright, ready? It's breathing fire time, dang nabbit. There. Well, kind of hard to tell over the shouting, but it could have been something breathing fire, maybe? And tell me, Miss Lloyd, did you see this fire-breathing something with your own eyes? Well, not exactly with my eyes as such. Being as how I wasn't precisely close by when it happened. Surely the real Taurosaurus would be pretty hard to miss no matter how far away you were standing. Well, see, I was far away, but also recording via what you might call non-standard means. Would you mind explaining what you mean by that? Yeah, I really dug myself a hole here, huh? See, I could have rigged me up a little wireless interception hoping to do a little scoop detecting. Oh, that's so sad. Poor insect. Not an insect, Kay, an intercept. She was listening for radio signals. It would have allowed her to listen in on any nearby transmissions. Me and the chief been down here at the big building sniffing around these last couple days. Looking into Miss Hart's tip about the underground auction, I presume. Which would mean that you've been listening in on all the radio signals in the area too. Sure have. Which is how I wound up hearing the most thunderous ear-splitting noise you ever did hear. The pounding of feet, the electricity in the air. This was it, Torosaurus at last. You made up everything except the roaring sound, didn't you? The long and short of it is that you didn't actually see anything, correct? Hey, I don't need to see things, I'm a writer, you hear? And yeah, I kept listening till down the line comes. Your pal there's voice hollering fit to beat the band. Eavesdropping coward, why don't you come out here and show yourself? Oh, what was that sound? Our apologies for that. I'm sure Kay didn't mean to bowl you over with her little outburst. I assume it was as shocking as it was because you didn't hear it directly. It came through your headphones while you were listening to the signal from the bug, didn't it? What? You think she planted it? Hey, come on now, I ain't into no bugging, just a little lighthearted interception is all. Would you mind if we borrowed the tape of what you recorded, Miss Lloyd? Yeah, do what you dang well please. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Saint, Miss Barry. Mr. Saint, Miss Barry.
How's this search going? Did you find him?
Not yet. Poor Sean.
Sean?
Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the tongue. I guess they still don't know about the kidnapping. We did manage to find Eustace, yes.
You did? That's great. Thanks so much. Now maybe they won't arrest me again. You're amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. How did you find Prosecutor Winter?
Some serious investigative magic, that's how. It was pure luck, actually, but never mind.
You didn't even need our help, huh?
That's not true. Thanks so much for joining in the search. Where'd you look, by the way?
Oh, this place a little way away called Sunshine Coliseum. Do you know it?
Sunshine Coliseum, that's over by the harbor. Whoa, no way. I remember Sunshine Coliseum from the main series games. That's interesting, because if I'm not mistaken, that like area came like after thank you, Sasuke. That was like in the 5th and 6th games, or maybe the 4th as well. That's interesting. There were a bunch of people there for a big event. We thought it might be worth a look. You mean like a festival? Ooh, that sounds fun. Wish I could have gone and checked it out.
Oh yeah, it was super fun. There were food stands and fireworks.
Steven didn't like the crowds much, but...
Hey, you don't have to tell them that.
Alright, it's decided. When this case is finally over, we're all going to the festival together.
It's kind of lucky you found Prosecutor Winter so quickly.
Lucky? In what way?
You have to go practice soon for the show. You wouldn't have been able to help for much longer anyway.
I see. I'm sorry to have kept you from your duties at the circus.
Oh no, it's nothing to worry about, really. We're glad to help. I'll do anything if it helps make sure they don't arrest me again.
You really helped me out by finding him. I'm so relieved. Of course, just because they found him, that doesn't mean they'll find Warden Lagarde guilty. What? You mean they might still throw me back in jail? No, 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 no. I can't go back. I can't. Come on, Kay. Do you really have to torment the poor boy?
Me and my friends went out looking. But she beat us to it. No fear.
Her friends? I guess she means the animals. Today is the first public performance of your new show, correct?
Yup, it sure is. We practiced so hard for this one.
We? So Mr. Saint will be performing too?
Of course. He practiced harder than anybody, even if he did spend the whole time saying no, 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 no. He even went up in the balloon to spread the word from the sky. So you have to come and see him perform, okay? It will mean so much to him.
Of course, assuming we can solve this case before then. Did you say that you enlisted the help of the animals in your search?
Yup. And if it had been Isaiah and Regent, we might have found something. But Simeon, the big scary cat, was all like, no, 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 and put a stop to that. So boring.
If it weren't for Mr. Saint, the whole town would probably be in uproar right now.
Oh, come on, Simeon, why would you do that? Setting the whole circus loose in the city would have been super fun.
I'm sorry. To you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one person who didn't say anything. Alright. I think we've done everything there is to do. So let's get to deducting. 3 giant cloven hoof-shaped imprints were found at the scene. Only a taxi and a blue truck have been through the plaza this morning. There's a loud bang in the background of the kidnapper's call. There's a festival with food stands and fireworks at Sunshine Coliseum. We found Sean's milk carton here. It's highly probable that this is where he was abducted. Oh, I don't know how any of these things are related to each other. And that's really everything, huh? Alright. Game audio disappeared? Alright, one sec. My chair rolled over some cords. Okay. 3 giant cloven hoof-shaped imprints were found at the scene. Festival with food stands and fireworks. Maybe the exploding sound was fireworks.
which implies that the captor is at the Colosseum. Mr. Saint, you mentioned fireworks before. Huh? Fireworks? Yes, at the event at the Colosseum. Were they setting them off even during daylight hours? Oh yeah, a bunch went off while we were there. What are you thinking, Mr. Edgeworth? The loud bang we heard. What if that was a firework? Huh? Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you to please try to track me down, and that'll be half the fun. Not that I reached our chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly.
Why the fuck is bro, like, at a fucking festival while he's kidnapping someone? Is that really the best use of your time, man? I don't know. I mean, listen, I like festivals as much as the next guy, but, you know, maybe priorities? For the bang to be clearly audible over the telephone, it must have been pretty loud. It means fireworks, which means the Colosseum, so the kidnapper was near there, right? The fireworks heard on the phone call, it can be deduced that the kidnapper was near Sunshine Coliseum. But how near? The fireworks were that loud, you could probably hear them from pretty far away. Yes, the area we'd need to search would be too broad to even consider doing it ourselves. Okay, so maybe he wasn't at the Colosseum, but he's in the vicinity of the Colosseum, I guess is what they're implying. But if the police were to lend a hand... The fireworks heard on the phone call can be deduced that the kidnapper was near Sunshine Coliseum. The blue truck. Well, didn't they say they... Well, there were two kidnappings, right? There was the kidnapping of Eustace. We found him. But then there was also the kidnapping of Sean. Sean! Which means... Didn't they say... So the taxi is... I forget which one. They said one of them. I'm guessing one happened in the taxi and one happened in the blue truck, right? Did the blue truck maybe go? We could just ask if the taxi went, or we could find the blue truck. Let's try this. Okay. Near the Colosseum. I have no idea what this... Okay. Only 2 vehicles came through here this morning, the taxi and the blue truck. And Eustace was taken away in the taxi. Right, okay. That answers my question. Right, well, it seems that Sean was likely abducted from the garbage disposal area. And if the garbage was collected at 11 a.m... Oh, so okay, it's a garbage truck. Right. Oh, I get it. Now I know what kind of truck it was. Okay, wait, so does that mean that they must have put him in... They must have stuffed him into the garbage... the garbage room. They must have put him in like a case and then put him into the garbage pickup room. So he is so. And I think the dump is close by, so that would line up. So maybe he's at the dump. Oh, I get it. Now I know what kind of truck it was. Indeed, must have been the garbage truck. But the police officer who told us about it didn't describe it as such. They mentioned the fact it was blue. Some cop he was. How do you not even notice it was one of those cool trash squishing machines? Because it wasn't. Today isn't a regular garbage day. It's the day they collect larger items. You better hope it is, or otherwise, bro is no longer with us. For which they wouldn't use a specialized garbage truck, just a regular truck like any other. But it was a garbage truck nonetheless. And where do garbage trucks go? I don't know, Florida? To the dump, right? Wait a second. So you're saying the kidnapper disguised themselves as a trash collector? But then the truck would probably have been fake too, right? So maybe it didn't go to the dump. No, I'm reasonably sure the garbage truck was real. Yeah? How did you figure that? Another look at the garbage disposal area should tell us. Tell us that the garbage truck must have been real. That there's no garbage? Garbage collected daily 11 a.m. I don't, the lock? What? I don't know. There's plenty of. What tells us that the garbage truck must have been real? The truck? Wait. You're saying there's something important there? Yes, proof that the garbage truck is real. You don't agree? Nope. Maybe the lock? Because you need a key? Okay. Garbage disposal area is kept locked. Oh, yeah. So only a real garbage collector and a real garbage truck could have opened it, not some stupid LARPer. Precisely. The garbage truck can't have been a fake. Perhaps whoever abducted Sean put him in a large cardboard box that they'd prepared for the job. Now mix that in amongst all the other oversized items. The garbage collector would have taken it away, no questions asked. Exactly. Allowing the kidnapper to await the truck's arrival at the garbage processing facility. They could then claim to have thrown the box away by mistake and collected without incident. Alright, so where do they take the garbage after it leaves there? Let's see. Looks like we have two possibilities. And which of the garbage processing facilities was Sean taken to? I'm gonna say it was Daybreak Dump, because that one's closer to the Coliseum. You found anything that might serve as a clue? Yes. Near the Coliseum, garbage facilities. So based on the loud bang we heard on the phone call, we know that the kidnapper was somewhere in the vicinity of Sunshine Coliseum. And one of the garbage facilities is right by there too. I think it's likely that's where Sean was taken, which means the kidnapper must be holding him somewhere near there. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Would I ask you and your men to search the area around the garbage facility? It's not like you to ask, sir. Feels a little flat if I'm being totally honest. Why don't you give me a good old-fashioned order, huh? Like you used to. You don't mind, even though I'm not a prosecutor anymore? Please, sir. Please. I thought I told you already. The detective investigates for himself, not just for prosecutors. Thank you. Well, then I order you. Get the fuck over there, sir. I mean, man. Mr. Edgeworth, we're almost out of time.
You're right. We need to hurry. I doubt Judge Cavell and the others can hold out much longer. I'm counting on you, Detective Gumshoe.
I won't let you down, sir. It won't be an official search, but I'll put my best guys on it. You can count on that. I'm coming too, Gummy. I promised I'd snatch Sean from the jaws of danger, and that's just what I'm going to do.
I'll head back to the courthouse. Who knows? I may be able to drag proceedings out just a little longer.
Alright, with me, everybody. Even in the depths of night.
Yeah, it's already striking 2. There isn't a moment to lose.
Yes, sir. But I didn't finish. When no other bird dares to take flight.
April 6, 2:16 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Well, well, if it isn't our friend, ex-prosecutor Edgeworth. Hello, dear boy. Excelsius winner.
The accused will turn and face the prosecution. I'm not done with you yet.
I already told you, Francisca, it doesn't make sense. Why would I help her? I feel for her, of course. A woman in her prime sent to prison, it's enough to make a grown man cry. But to suppress evidence in order to keep her out of a jail cell, no, that's preposterous.
But we have a statement from your own son. He says he entrusted the evidence to your care.
Afraid I don't know what he's talking about. Or why he'd say such a thing. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. What if I could prove that you and Warden Lagarde are much more closely associated than you claim? I'm sorry, prove? I think we've been over this, dear boy. You're an ex-prosecutor, remember? Are you even allowed in this part of the courtroom anymore?
Miles Edgeworth, I'm the one prosecuting this case. What are you thinking, barging in like this?
I'm sorry, Francisca, but it's important. May I ask on behalf of the prosecution just briefly?
What are you doing?
Judge Cavell, I come before the court with important new evidence. I ask that you allow me to present it. Have you lost your mind, dear boy? There's no way this can be allowed. Well, the defense hopes you'll let him, G. Just saying. What's the thinking over on the prosecution side there, Fandango?
Fine. The prosecution has no objections.
Your objections are neither here nor there. This isn't a democracy, it's a courtroom. And this is flagrant contempt. Isn't that right, Verity? No, as long as Sean's still missing, she'll feel she has no choice but to go along with whatever Winner wants. If only there was some way of telling her he might be found at any moment. Judge Cavell, I would ask only this, that you trust in me, and in my assistant, just this once.
Speaking of which, where is Kay Faraday?
She's currently searching for the most important piece of evidence of all. Nonsense. There's no more evidence to be found. You're just stalling for time. The most important piece of evidence of all, eh? AG. I don't know what this evidence is, but maybe we should trust in Miles's little pal. What do you say? I mean, I say little pal, but she's way more than that. She's the one and only great thief Yatagarasu. Seems Fender has sensed what I'm getting at least. Judge Cavell, the evidence I'm talking about, we're almost certain we know where it is. He is only moments away from snatching it from the jaws of danger.
Very well. This is highly irregular, but I will allow it.
You have my thanks. Have you all gone completely mad?
You said you had important new evidence. Evidence of what exactly?
Just as I said. That Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winner are far better acquainted than he claims. Allow me to present it to you. What proves the link between Excelsius Winner and Fifi Lagarde? It was the report on night, I think? This document is a report regarding the interrogation of a certain someone. Oh yeah? And who might that be? The late Mr. Bronco Knight. And the interrogation was to be carried out by none other than Warden Lagarde. Wait. Is that the interrogation where... Yes, where Knight was killed. This document shows Warden Lagarde planning the interrogation in which Mr. Knight was murdered.
This is indeed important evidence. Miles Edgeworth, you referred to the document in question as a report. Would you care to elaborate? To whom was this report addressed?
A very good question, Miss Von Karma. And the answer is the most important new revelation of all. We recovered this document from a safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the big building.
That's the storeroom where the lots for the underground auction were kept.
It is. An auction, if you recall, that was presided over by one Excelsius winner. And that is to whom the report in question was addressed. Do you still mean to insist that you and Warden Lagarde barely knew one another? I'll refrain from commenting on that matter for the moment, if you don't mind. What? I don't believe it's been conclusively proven that I was the auctioneer yet, has it? Have you forgotten the events of this morning already? I think I proved that fact more than adequately. I'll admit defeat in that particular arena, yes, but that was not the courtroom. Can you prove the same thing here, my boy, that I was the ringleader, do you call it? If you can't, then, well, you certainly can't prove that the report was addressed to me. You won't wriggle your way out of this one. So unfair. Tell him, Verity, please, I'm not being slippery at all. I'm being entirely reasonable, wouldn't you say? Unlike you, when you permitted Mr. Edgeworth this bizarre interlude. That was most unlike you. It's saddening, truly it is, to see you failing in your sacred duty to the law. Almost saddening enough to make me want to take drastic measures.
You're right, of course. Until a fact has been adequately proven in the courtroom, it cannot truly be considered a fact. I'm afraid I have no choice but to ask that Mr. Edgeworth's theory be struck from the record.
Ugh, it's no good. She has to know for certain that Sean is safe. I'm sorry, my boy, but what counts as truth out in the field and in the courtroom are two different things. And you are more than willing to bend the truth in the courtroom, is that what you're saying? Oh, you're a scurrilous soul. I'll do no such thing. I'll simply accept the court's verdict as the truth, should it choose to acquit me, as should you. If we can't find that missing evidence, we're in trouble here. Well, Verity, I think we've heard about all we need to, don't you? There's no way that evidence is turning up, ever. A quick not guilty and we can all go home. Uh-oh.
Who said that?
It's Winner.
Dad.
Eustace. What are you doing here?
Mr. Winner, what is the meaning of this? And where have you been? You can't just abandon your duties like that. I'm sorry. You are unfit to be prosecutor. You're a complete and utter disgrace.
Why, Eustace? Why can you not get it into your head? This is no place for an incompetent fool like you.
Dad, I brought some vital evidence. So, may I please, take my place at the prosecutor's bench? Pretty please?
Well, Eustace, this is certainly a surprise. Oh, Eustace, my boy, what's gotten into you? There's something different about you. What's going on?
Dad,
Come on, my boy, spit it out. What is it? Do you want Daddy to play catch with you? That's it, isn't it? All right, why don't you run along home and I'll be with you soon.
Get back on the stand. Right now.
What's gotten into you, child? You're shaking like a leaf. Judge Gavel, the prosecutor in charge has arrived along with important new evidence. This trial is far from over. Surely you can't call an end to proceedings just yet. No objections from team defense. Only wish we could have our original team captain say that herself, though.
The prosecution has no objections either.
You think this farce is going to continue? There's no chance of that. None at all. Isn't that right, Verity? He still thinks he was successful in his bid to kidnap Sean, but we know different. Sadly, as long as the boy remains missing, nothing changes. Judge Gavel's hands are still tied. Damn.
That sound.
That's her cell phone. Huh? Mine is also ringing. Whoa, I'm getting a call too. Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Fender.
We found Sean.
We found Sean.
Detective, you did it. The most important piece of evidence of all, huh? That's some stellar work, your great thiefness.
Thanks. We just thought you should know right away. See you all soon.
Yeah. Judge Gavel, it's for you.
Hello? Yes. Yes, I understand. I'm so glad you're safe. Be sure to thank everybody properly. You'll do that for me, won't you? Alright. Be careful. I'll see you back at home.
No.
The proceedings will continue. I feel a certain freedom returning to my hammer arm.
No. How? Is this some idiotic joke?
It is no such thing. The witness will return to the stand, and Mr. Winner will step up to the prosecutor's bench. Yes, ma'am. Eustace Winner. Yeah? I leave matters in your hands. Huh? Facing down your own father. This won't be easy. I'll be looking on with interest. Don't disappoint me. Very well. Is the prosecution ready to proceed? Mr. Winner, you mentioned some evidence that you wish to present to the court. Yeah, so, the knife and the chisel.
Whoa, you tracked down the missing murder majigs?
I like that there's a crowd, but no one's in the audience. No one's in the seats. Well, Mr. Winner, did you? About that, no. I couldn't find them. They searched everywhere. Everywhere, but it was too late.
Too late? How so?
I remembered something. I saw Dad in the garage this morning. He's carrying something wrapped in newspaper. Where are you going, Dad?
Oh, Eustace, I was just on my way to throw out some trash.
And then I heard this tinkling sound.
Tinkling, huh? Number one.
No, not that tinkling.
The bell from Mr. Conness's chisel. Oh, yeah.
You mean to tell the court that you believe the witness disposed of the evidence? I tried. I tried my best, but I was too late. I'm sorry.
You said you looked everywhere.
Everywhere where? Literally everywhere. I even went to the dump. I got down on my hands and knees and dug through the garbage. I figured that stuff had to be in there somewhere.
Wait, that's Eustace.
Huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Rude. Totally ignored me.
So that's what he was doing. And he even went so far as to search the dump.
But, all I found was this.
And this is a little pungent, for one thing. Yeah, and you're a little on the ripe side yourself, kiddo. I can smell you from here. Damn.
What did you expect?
And the knife? It's probably somewhere in among all that trash.
There's too much to go through on my own. Very well, the court will accept the item you have presented into evidence.
You really have outdone yourself, Eustace. You never failed to disappoint, dear boy. You dug through the rotting garbage with your bare hands, and that's all you have to show for it.
Damn, this dude sucks. Worst father. And he's a murderer?
I don't know what's worse. The fact that he murdered someone. That's definitely worse. Oh, you drive me to tears. Really, you do. Might be a little soon to turn on the waterworks just yet, Dad. Let's take a closer look first. If you wish to waste your time, be my guest. Hey, Eustace, Miles. Do this devastatingly handsome old defense attorney a favor, will you? Hit this guy full in the face with the truth. Seems Fender's on board. Good. And let's see if we can't find an opening. Mr. Winner, could you show me the piece of evidence you found?
Sure.
Let's open it up, shall we? We can only hope there's something of value inside. What is it, like a geode? Oh, it's newspaper. Could this be the bell that was on Mr. Conness's chisel? Perhaps there's some trace evidence that can prove that one way or the other.
It's no good. Look at it, it's spotless. Well, Mr. Winner?
Do tell. Was there anything interesting inside your little scrap of paper? Of course there wasn't. Why would there be? Why was it even accepted into evidence? It's literally a piece of trash. Sorry, gentlemen, but the truth hurts. Were Eustace's efforts for nothing? True, the bell may not be of much use to us as evidence. Nonetheless.
Come on, Edgeworth. We can't give up yet.
As calm and collected as ever, I see, Miles, unlike my poor idiot son there.
Are we to assume that the prosecution has nothing more to say on the matter? Very well. Not so fast, Gavel. We're not done yet. There's one thing we still haven't looked at properly.
Really, my boy, you want us to believe there's more? Desperation is never a good look, you know. It seems Eustace isn't quite ready to give up just yet. And for once, I think we're both thinking the same thing. Namely, that we might not necessarily be dealing with a useless piece of trash. We can't know for sure without looking more closely, but if I'm right, we're talking about the bell? We need to take a closer look at the bell.
What are you talking about, Edgeworth?
Oh, sorry.
Told you there's nothing on the bell.
That's right, we did. He did. So sad to see you're both scrabbling so desperately. Admit it, you don't have anything, do you? So only one thing left we haven't looked at closely. We need to. This is our last chance. The newspaper. I'm talking about the pieces of newspaper the bell was wrapped in. Seems we really were thinking the same thing. Ah, it's beautiful. Really it is. Tear-jerkingly so. Some might call it heroic optimism. Some might call it clutching at straws. But whatever one calls it, to put it all one's faith in a worthless piece of garbage, that takes belief. So let's take a closer look and see if it's as worthless as you say, shall we? Eustace, if you'd be so kind. Death. Oh. It matches with the gloves. Are these finger marks? What is the, is that yellow on it too? That's, Does that have to do with the, maybe it's the same yellow markings that were found on the body? Let's put a pin on that. Since we're dealing with a different case right now, but that seems interesting. And look, it's covered in some sort of oil. Judge Gavel, I'd like to have this examined for fingerprints. Could I request that you call on somebody for forensics? Very well. Summon a technician right away. I have the results, Your Honor. It's been confirmed. Oh, you're not the owner. It's been confirmed that there are finger marks. Unfortunately, it looks like they were made by somebody wearing gloves. No! Oh dear. Well, that doesn't give you very much in the way of evidence, does it? But I suppose it makes sense if you think about it. After all, this was important evidence. And what kind of idiot would handle something like that without gloves on? Oh, that's right. The kind that would flail about desperately, like you, my boy. Wow, way to talk to your kids, Super Dad. I'm merely calling a spade, or in this case, an idiot. Real winners know how to keep their emotions out of things. What a dick. And take no pity on the weak and the foolish, including their own ineffective offspring. Dad, You spent the last who knows how long proclaiming yourself to be a prize-winning prosecutor, but thanks to my little pep talk this morning, you finally know exactly how those prizes were won. It was all thanks to me, thanks to the power I wield. You've never stood on your own 2 feet. You've always been coddled, first by me, then by Verity. Dad? Oh, dry your garbage-smelling tears. Garbage-smelling? Not that it's a stench that doesn't suit you, even if it does make me turn up my nose in disgust. No, you're wrong. I am, my boy. Wrong about what? I'm not the one that smells. You are. What did you say? Yeah, you smell, and you don't even realize it. You couldn't hide it even if you wanted to. Edgeworth, take a sniff, right here where the finger marks are. What? You sure? You want me to smell it? Is that oil? Yup, and I know where it came from. Wait, I know it from somewhere too. It smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead. That odor tells us something important. It tells us exactly who threw this piece of evidence away. But I guess my dad's right. Guess I'll never be a real winner. I'll never be able to keep my emotions out of things. No. And I'll never be able to stand up to him no matter what he's done. Eustace. Be strong, Eustace. Remember what you told me. You said you were going to be different from your father. A different kind of prosecutor. And you are a prosecutor. We both are. That's why we're standing here in this courtroom. A prosecutor's highest responsibility is to the truth, to see that it comes to light no matter what. We expose crimes, and we see that their perpetrators are punished, no matter who they may be. And if you truly mean to continue on as a prosecutor, you know what you have to do. I made you a promise. I said that if you could summon the courage to find your feet again, I'd help you. This isn't something you should have to do alone. I'm here. I'm right beside you. Oh, he's the dad that stepped up. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now go for it, my gay son. You're right. Those finger marks tie my dad to the crime. We just need to show everybody why. I'm guessing the gloves, right? The smell you pointed out to me, Eustace. It's the smell of engine oil, isn't it? Motorcycle oil, even. Yup. We both smell it before in the same place. Yes. In Chairman Winner's garage. Ugh. What's more, those finger marks feature some distinctive patterns, don't they? The outlines of the letters D, E, A, T, and H, the same letters that appear on the fingers of those gloves. Oh, gloves that can be bought in any store. How does that prove anything, dear boy? You serious? How indeed? That's not the only thing that connects your gloves to this piece of newspaper we found. Let's look again at the scrap of paper the bill was wrapped in. Compared to the gloves we found in the Chairman Winner's garage. It's a feature that undeniably connects the two. I'm guessing the yellow schmutz. This right here connects the two pieces of evidence without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, it does? Are you sure, dear boy? I can't say I see the connection myself. Well, luckily, you don't need to see it. Edgeworth? I can't see it either. Ugh. Did I pick the wrong part? Concentrate. Look at the newspaper again. Something here that matches those gloves, and only those gloves. There has to be. Oh, is it the A? Just as I thought. You can't prove anything at all, can you? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Yeah, I didn't even notice the A was like half torn off. Bro is so stupid, dude. Why would you wear gloves that have letters on them? I mean, I guess I don't know. You like, why wouldn't you just wear some actual like latex gloves or something? I guess that's all he had. Idiot. Look at the letter A on the finger. Half of it is missing, exactly as it is in the print on the newspaper. What? I would also like to draw the court's attention to the dirt the gloves are covered in. I think it might be worth having its composition compared to that of the dirt on the newspaper. A match would make for even stronger evidence that the print was made by Chairman Winner's gloves. Officer, have the dirt on these two pieces of evidence compared right away. Curse you, Edgeworth, and you, Eustace. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but mere prosecutors. Sorry, Dad. I think it's time you admitted defeat. You suppressed vital evidence, and we just proved that in a court of law. And you did it to try and protect the defendant. What? Do you think you're going to be able to make that stick? Do you think they'll send me to prison? Me? You think you'll be the one to finally take me down? You're a fool, child, a fool! Just give it up, Dad. Admit what you did. You think you'll stand a chance without me around? You won't last 5 minutes. You know what? I think I might be okay.
All I ever wanted was to become a prosecutor, to make you proud. But after your men kidnapped me, I was lying there in the dark all on my own. I got to thinking how powerless I was in all of this because of you. I almost gave up. I almost lost sight of the truth. But then Edgeworth appeared out of nowhere and showed me a way forward. Yeah. I don't need your approval anymore, and I don't need you. After all, I found that evidence on my own, didn't I?
My men kidnapped you? What are you talking about?
I guess the courtroom is as good as a place as any to tell you the truth, Dad.
Be careful what you say to me, boy. You may live to regret it. You're a fool, Eustace, and you always will be.
I know you've hated me for as long as I can remember, but I want you to know that despite it all, I've always looked up to you as my dad. Thanks for everything, Excelsius. And goodbye.
You! When did you... You need me, dang it! You can't possibly...
There should be a parenting license for real. But you know what? I think he'll turn out alright.
You can't possibly survive without me, Eustace!
The court hereby accepts that vital evidence in this case was suppressed by Chairman Winner. That crime will be tried and an appropriate punishment decided at a future date. But for now, we must turn to the matter of the knife and the chisel, which still have not been found. However, I believe a full search of the garbage facility may well remedy that.
What? I'm still here, by the way. You're going to dig through all that trash for the knife, darling, but then...
Don't worry, Warden Lagarde. I'm sure your punishment won't be too unpleasant.
Oh, you devil punished moi? Impossible! Excelsius, you blithering buffoon! What did you do? What did you do? All your swaggering bluster about how they'd never declare me guilty, and now this! You were the one I went to after they arrested me because you made me believe I could trust you! And not only did you kidnap a child to try to help me, it didn't even work! Idiot!
Yeah, honestly, I don't feel bad for her, but she did get rawed in the deal.
You feckless, useless idiot of a man!
An unsightly outburst, to say the least, but informative one too, wouldn't you agree, Eustace? Yeah, she really let some juicy info slip there, right? She did, right? Yes, she did. We really need to work on your confidence. Very well. Then it seems we may be able to bring these proceedings to an end at last. Uh-oh. What? Huh? Who's that? Uh-oh. Sorry, Judge Cavell. Your happy ending will have to wait. Lang Ji says the end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. Who are you? Just a lowly lone wolf investigator by the name of Shi Long Lang. And you have some sort of objection to these proceedings, I take it? Not really. Your suspect over there is guilty for sure. Guiltier than you know.
Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago?
Yup, and good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, explain yourself. Are you familiar with the SS-5 incident? I certainly am. It happened 12 years back. Wait, 12 years? Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit. After what happened 12 years ago.
Could this all be connected to Agent Lang's father and his relationship with the president somehow? Fifi Lagarde, an Excelsius winner, in the flesh. I've waited a long time for this day. After all, you're the ones who threw my family name into the dirt. Eek. Are we to assume that you have some personal connection to the incident in question? I do, but I'm not here to talk about the past. Not yet, anyhow. Right now, I'm here for you, Gavel. Me? You and one other person.
Sean.
You're both under arrest. Oh, fuck. On suspicion of having conspired to murder Dijon Wang, president of Zhang Fa. Oh, fuck. Where's your evidence, Agent Lang? All in good time, Mr. Prosecutor. We haven't even started our investigation yet. I want my suspects on the scene with me while I look everything over again. What have you uncovered, Agent Lang? Need to know. If you've got a problem, you're more than welcome to tag along. Oh, believe me, I will. The end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. We certainly haven't come anywhere close to solving the mystery of the president's murder. Yeah, this was just like a side quest, if anything. Or uncovering the truth behind these so-called monster sightings.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun.
What's up, Mr. Iker?
Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly.
Or figuring out who that was on the phone. Yes, I'd say the matter is far from over yet. You sound like Stitch. I was trying to do like a voice... A voice, disguise. This is still the beginning? Okay, wow. Alright. April 6th, 2:52 p.m. Big building, empty lot. Well, at least it feels like there's less, there's less of a how to, like, urgency on everything. Big building, empty lot. Is this the site of the murder? Could you maybe calm down a little?
Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew.
Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to...
You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Tor's horse run wild. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story.
Look, we're not breeding anything. This is a movie set.
She's the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own danged eyes.
I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here.
Alright, break it up. Damn, there are so many characters in this case.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
And Sean.
Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh?
No, we're on the trail... What the fuck are you talking about? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Ji says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building. Why did the two of you arrange to meet?
I'm sorry, but I can't say.
Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder?
Why? Why? Why can't you just tell us?
Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you.
Huh. She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it went down, Sean Finn?
Me?
We know you were here on the set last night.
You were, Sean?
We have testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it.
You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me?
I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me.
Hello, friend. How do I say your name?
Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant.
Sorry, I like how his milk is also sweating. Welcome back, Nils. Azuto Yozakura. Awesome.
Sorry.
I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way.
Wow, it's a whole new Judge Cavell.
It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law.
Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must... And I want you to remember that, alright?
Can we get on with the investigation now?
Oh, of course. Forgive me.
I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. And I don't care what it takes. I'm gonna find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. Alright, Sean, perhaps you could tell us what happened last night.
Fine by me. I got nothing to hide.
Alright, here we go. About last night. What is this? An Instagram post? Hashtag about last night. It's a picture of him with a bunch of millennial women.
About last night. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice, and that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened.
You've been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel.
You called him? Around what time?
Must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night.
Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set.
So you lied to me?
Sorry. Oh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though.
Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. And also, he got kidnapped, which I would argue is more worrying, but
he said nothing happened, right?
he did. Although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. A bad day. Could you elaborate a little?
What? I have to spell it out for you? It was just bad, okay? Huh. What do you think? Did he drink too much milk, maybe? How do you... I mean, no! Nothing like that.
So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day.
Huh. I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Shut up! We're done talking about that. The point is, I messed up those takes.
So you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots.
Yeah. Caused enough trouble for everybody messing things up the first time around. I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro.
One can only admire his dedication and his sense of responsibility to his co-workers.
Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he had said he messed up, it wasn't like there was actually a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better is...
Shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear?
Oh, sorry, Sean.
Could maybe work on his people skills a little more.
Anyway, as I was saying. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice.
Sean, about what you just said.
How many times have I made you promise? You're going to rehearse on your own. You have to tell me.
I know.
Milk is usually good, but only milk? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of just straight milk, but I mean, they do say, like, kids should drink a lot of milk. Because I remember growing up in, like, school, that's all they would give you. So they would just give you milk for every lunch. Every lunch it was always milk. But you got options. You could get regular milk. No one got regular milk. Everyone got chocolate milk. There was you would always see there was like a whole shelf. Then they would have the chocolate milk and the regular milk, and the regular milk would be untouched. I think they ended up having strawberry milk too at some point. Sometimes they had little juice cartons, but that was usually breakfast. Breakfast was usually the juice cartons, and if they had a couple left over, you were lucky to get them. But I don't think we were ever lucky, because usually the kindergartners would have lunch first, and then it would be like every grade after. So if you were in later grades, you were never getting juice. Never, ever, ever. Because it was a commodity. For some reason, kindergartners had lunch at 10 in the morning. Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again about what you just said.
I think it's pretty cool, Sean.
More interruptions?
It's all the hours of practice that made you the best you could be, little by little by little. I'm the same. I went from small-time thief to average thief, and before I knew it, greatness beckoned. But now that I finally made it, I'm not about to stop doing my best, and neither should you.
May I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted. Are you sure about that?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It's just a regular evening. Nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was...
Okay, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened, really?
Nothing to do with the case, anyway. At least, that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night?
We do. We don't have time to be humoring the lies of a child. Let's use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. So, something did happen out of the ordinary. Someone was kidnapped. Or someone was murdered. He was kidnapped in the morning, I think, right? Is that what we're doing?
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but I think Sean might be messing with you.
That I need to teach him a lesson about what happens to children who mess with adults. But first, I'll stun him into silence with a piece of evidence he can't possibly ignore. Okay, so he's running lines. The monster footprint? Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Wait, that's... How did you...
That's right. Your rehearsal tape.
Yeah.
What? You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already. There is. I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Have a little cookie. Baby hungry. Sean, why would you keep this from me?
No reason.
Oh, the mic is picking that up. Shit. Liar. That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why don't you hide? Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to clear my nose too, because I'm getting a little stuffy. Oh shit. I'm running out of nasal spray. This is such a crazy case, dude. There's so many characters. And we're only in like the second part. I think there's 4 parts. If I'm not mistaken. Which is like not as many parts as a lot of the other cases, but they're all really long. I mean, you saw how long just the first part was. We just started the second. I definitely don't think we're gonna finish it today. I'm gonna, I'm gonna try to finish it in 2 streams. Well, in 3 streams. This is the second one. But we'll see how far we get today. Because I was thinking if I get close enough, I might just finish it today, but I don't know. This one feels like a long one. I mean, it's the last case. You?
Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it.
So you were embarrassed, is that it?
Yeah, what's so weird about that?
That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence?
Sean, how could you? Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. What? And nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint. On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hanky about this kid. Hanky?
Can I say that?
Sure as I'm standing right here. Dang Skippy, there is. He's hiding a scoop under them there horns, or my name ain't a lot of heart. Shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
No, you're not.
What?
The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? A murder? It's not that obvious. Game audio disappearing. The locks, the side gate's chain was cut sometime last night. Okay. Still, whenever he says NGOH, I assume that's just him going, no. I wonder how the game writer the writers like anticipate it's sounding like, because he's like the only one who does it. That's his like thing. Oh, the head fell? The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that so?
I told you, I read my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something?
Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left.
No proof, huh? And this conversation is over.
Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding? Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Lang? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely.
What? There was something else on that tape?
Yup. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh, yeah, it looks like it was like zipped open.
Oh yeah, the Torosaurus suit.
Something's different. Do you see it?
I'm not sure. It's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight.
The zipper? Huh? That's... Yeah, I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why.
What?
Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it?
Well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use.
That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. Do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down to the motive set and hid the body somewhere? Here? But where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Torosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof just like I said. Then you hid the body inside that costume.
I most certainly did not.
Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here. As much as I don't think that it's her, I think she very well could know the code, considering her son is the star. What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're gonna like it. Well, probably not, but... Mother and child murderers. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. Then they work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this it's unthinkable. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to a word you say? But what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Yeah, well, what the fuck is a 13-year-old?
He stole my lunch money.
Who knows, but we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Judge Cabell, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details.
My apologies. That is one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you...
Have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest.
I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent.
Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still gonna try to stick up for them. It's true. Judge Cabell's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. The question is, why was she talking to the president? What were they talking about? And why can't she talk about it? No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two have to be working together for their little plot to succeed. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? The two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. They then work to hide the body together, too. By dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. I think it's very possible that the body was stored in the Torosaurus suit, but I would argue that that happened before Sean was practicing his lines. I think that there was like a small window of time between the body being pushed and Sean rehearsing his lines. Or maybe it was vice versa. I don't think both happened at the same time. Also, why... Maybe they explained it, but how come... Why was that the only thing the camera picked up? Why was... Like... Wouldn't the camera have picked up, like, the body being transported? You get what I mean? Like, why is that? That seems... Maybe they'll explain it, or maybe they have. There's a lot going on in this case, so it's very possible that I missed it. But, like, why is the only thing that the camera caught Sean running lines? Maybe that was deliberate in order to frame him. It just doesn't really make sense.
His theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say.
Certainly the case that the two could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that.
So what do we do instead?
We listen carefully to his testimony once more. See if we can tease out anything of value. You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder? Look at him, he's still in elementary school. There's no way a kid that young would be involved in something like this.
I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right?
Lang Shi says, "Pity no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. It doesn't matter how young he is. Excuse me. If he's guilty, he's guilty. And he'll be treated as such."
Wow, wolf cubs have it hard, huh?
I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying that there's no way he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you. I'll look forward to it, but be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up. Goes away how exactly? I thought you might try this, but you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Pushes. Okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code. Yup. Kid opens code, knows lock, gotcha. Okay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she doesn't know the code. It would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Lang. Please continue. I will, and hopefully this next part will shut you up for good. But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day? Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you'll let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body. The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not. But we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little ripe, though. It's pretty sweaty in there. Huh. It's filthy. Ooh. Wait. I wonder if those little shards are the same shards that are in there. I don't think it was Excelsius, though. I don't think Excelsius did the murder of this in this case, because that wouldn't be satisfying. I feel like it's got to be someone different. But boy, there sure are a lot of characters that it could be. And I really don't suspect any of them. I mean, I'd honestly be surprised if it was any of these characters, to be honest with you. We're nowhere close to that point yet, but I mean, my theory is they're probably going to introduce some new characters. We're still in like the first half of the case, so I think it's possible that they introduce a few new characters. Huh, it's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. Always clean it out pretty good. You know, it can get kind of moldy. Ew. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. Probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? The inside of the suit is covered with dirt. Must be from when the body was hidden there. maybe glove? Okay. The dirt is from where the body was hidden inside the suit. We're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from?
Really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially around the part where the chest would have been.
The chest? I think that might be an important clue.
This theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say.
Certainly the case that they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing. Okay. Yeah. So this is the addendum. Inside of the suit is covered with dirt. It must be from when the body was hidden there. So I'm guessing we need to prove that there was another cause? See notes? But doesn't that prove what? Okay, I have no idea. This was just a guess. I feel like I'm walking right into his trap, though. So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. It would be safe to say that's the case. Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty.
Yeah, it really is.
But look at the victim. The area of his... Oh. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there, as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Yeah. Fine. So what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president?
Come on, Kay, think. Where was it?
Something the matter, Kay?
I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. Just can't think where.
Okay.
Dirt with weird little gray bits in it.
Yep. Gray bits. Okay, so I was right. I was just too early. She's right. And so is Drosera. There's something mixed in there.
It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Lots of it.
Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. It's one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it. The Torosaurus plushie. No, the mechanics gloves. Damn, these gloves really are connecting to everything, huh? As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And we discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right. The dirt does look similar. But so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? They're not mine. I believe the gray flecks are... concrete? Surely they're flecks of concrete.
Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean?
Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to?
Chairman Winter. We found him in his garage.
That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today. We found a pair of mechanics gloves covered in dirt. If I recall correctly, Have you heard of ASDF movie? It's literally videos made from someone who has ADHD, or that's what it looks like when you watch it. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check it out. I've not heard of it. I guess I'll be the judge of that. If I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. It's on YouTube. I'll check it out later. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they were used. They used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. Wait, so you're saying... Yes, but we finally know what these footprints really are. Seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winter. Highly likely? If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed. I imagine he must have been... digging something up. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. Interesting. Yeah, I do seem to recall them stating this specific location has some, like, history behind it. SDF movies, internet culture, the first one is 17 years old. Maybe I'll recognize it when I see it, but it's not ringing any bells. I seem to recall them saying at the very beginning of this case that this lot was going to be turned into something else. So I wonder if Winter was... Excelsius Winter was trying to unearth something before. Didn't they say... Oh! Oh! Didn't they say, I like train. Oh. Didn't they say, yeah, do your part and retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. Is that... Could that be the same? I wonder if that's like... Maybe that's what he was looking for. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is addressed to... If this is addressed to Excelsius, but that would make some sense. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig the 3 footprints. Excuse me. When he found what he was looking for, he backed it up and filled in all the holes. Ah, but then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. Chairman Winter would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaurus suit provided just that. Guff. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of there before the kid even showed up. But he didn't, and there's proof of that right here. Right there in the footage. Shows that Chairman Winter was still present when the recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winter's garage, it soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winter was still here? What is this? Is this his? Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winter's garage. Yeah. Same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. Interesting. Interesting. I still don't think he did the murder. I think he just happened to be... I think these are two separate events. I think he was looking for whatever he was looking for, but he didn't do the murder. That's my thinking, because there's no way that he... I don't know. I just don't... I don't want to believe that, because I feel like it'll be... I wouldn't... It wouldn't be interesting enough. It wouldn't be... No. Because there's a whole lot more of this, so... That's my thinking. It's like they're throwing us on a good old goose chase, but this isn't the goose for the gander. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winter in that suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Yeah. Good. Seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory.
Someone to get to Chairman Winter's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag.
Yes, sir.
Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog's will?
Oh, this is all we need.
Them right there's Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug by no guy.
I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are.
Don't matter to me none of what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told you I seen that big bad bull with my own two eyes. The giant eye peering in that window, I thought we'd gotten past that not.
Oh, wait. Sorry. The giant eye peering in that window. I thought we'd gotten past that nonsense. I wonder if it was something else. Maybe it was an illusion. It does look like a giant eye.
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh?
Responsible ones. I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait. Ain't like it was just about the footprints, nohow. You were seen fraternizing with one of them monsters. Ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not much mistaken.
We're never going to get anywhere with these two around.
Maybe if we could prove to them that it wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Prove that it wasn't a monster? Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't you? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape.
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it is now. Ah. That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery.
It did?
The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture.
Oh, I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
What was Miss Nichols' Gordy, really? What was it? Was it the camera? Am I dumb? I don't actually know. I'm gonna say the camera. That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was a shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull. How the hell would she have made a mistake like that, huh?
How indeed. Miss Nichols.
Yes?
You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette.
But you done told us. Skin like an enormous worm, you said. You're about to try to tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow. Ain't even no flesh on them that a man was, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture, anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night.
I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want telling me to starve, is that it?
This is crazy. That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's finally time I put both of them out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this. This? Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin.
What? Oh, heck.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing.
Don't feed his ego. Even from a child, he'll take it. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light.
And just like that, the dream dies. Again. Chief. Heh, I think that may have finally shut them up. I thought the kids was holding out on us. But it seems I might could have been maybe a little wrong, maybe.
Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
No, I'm not. I'm character number 62.
Everybody except these two.
Agent Lang. The President's autopsy report is out, sir. It is? Let me see it. Death was due to full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So, we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. Cause of death, crushing.
Oh, who is he crushing on?
Time of death, April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Oh.
gunshot residue. Guess he was a kid at heart, huh? Gunshot residue, okay. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun. Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. Amazing. So does that mean Judge Gavelle isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause of the time of death and the time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last. But the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. We know that the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. Phew, what a relief. Sorry, it might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall, or who. We all know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean. The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely. We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved. Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. Does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you... Oh, okay. Are we gonna see the rest of the tape, I guess? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted? It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not?
Sure do, Lil V.
Good. Then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but okay, alright. There are new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder. What am I... Huh? Oh, right. Okay, I remember this. Oh. Hello. What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. Hmm? What is it? What's the matter? Show me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks you to share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's... the president? Oh my.
What? You're kidding, right?
Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all.
Wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there.
I don't believe you, and the images in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid, you murdered President Wang.
No, that's ridiculous. Why?
Why would he? Sean, you can't have. And you? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that.
Surely even you can't deny this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened. But the president is right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know.
He's right. Sean, be honest now. It's the only way.
The truth is, it was all my fault.
Sean, what did you do?
It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off of the trailer. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there.
Speaking of the heater, I'm going to turn on my heater because I'm getting a little chilly. Oof.
I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called, and I left the set to go talk to her. I came back after the call. The Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof, and the president was just there, lying next to it.
No.
We did find evidence of a fire having broken out on the roof.
It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident.
What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground?
I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again.
You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid.
It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off.
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head
Would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right, the fire caused the head to fall.
I don't know. That seems too convenient. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place?
How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear.
I still don't believe you. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night? Alright, theory time. The president is a fake president. Because remember they said that, like, he hasn't been himself since the case 12 years ago. So I think he's a fake president. Maybe he was in cahoots with Excelsius Winter. But then there was a third party that murdered him. I don't think it was Sean, because he's a baby. But I think that the way that this murder was framed was to make it look like Sean did an did an oopsie, and killed the president of a president of a country. Can you imagine being 13 and just like accidentally killing a president? Oops. Oh, sorry. Oh. I feel like you're almost, it's like it doesn't matter what your excuse is. You're already fucked. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gavel up on the roof 2 nights ago. He was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we should go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. A 6er, huh? You're a fit and hearty young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove. I mean, shit, you're telling me.
He is a fit and hearty young man who needs to look after himself.
Really, Your Honor, but if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather...
Seriously? You two are gonna argue over something like that right now?
Yeah. He's right, of course.
You've made your point, Sean, but I've told you before to watch how you talk to people.
I think he was criticizing you as much as it was me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I? Must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines.
You left it burning? You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot?
I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioner on. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves or make prank calls. But the one thing I would never ever forget to do is to turn off an unattended heater.
Please, Sean, go on.
She's a lot, huh? Anyway, as I was saying. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her.
Hold it! It was the middle of the night and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother?
I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own.
That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you?
Fine. Look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it.
He was embarrassed about being recorded, speaking on the phone to his mother.
So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as fast as I could.
You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct?
How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to the set to practice your lines? Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something.
Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could happen to you.
Children really can't seem to see things from their parents' perspective, can they?
It's true the other way around, too, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, Sean. Can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother?
Huh? Sure. So I came back and...
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left?
I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines.
But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time?
No, I had my headphones on.
Why?
I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate. I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything.
Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gabel called you.
You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway. Honk.
Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
I don't know. It was dark.
He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? Yes. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better figure out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground, and yet you didn't.
Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
He was lying on the ground, and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked.
Fine. I checked, okay? Scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked, and he wasn't breathing.
So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There's no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He's completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. Damn, this one's long.
No, he was dead at first. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either.
Oh, wait.
Then I saw he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew for sure.
That's not true. There was yellow smudge. So I'm still watching. No worries. Nothing on his clothes? Nothing at all?
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten.
What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Luckily for you, you remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. Like his little recovery after he freaks out to look cool. You studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least.
Ooh,
I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. Judge Cavell?
Allow me to explain.
But
the yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise.
Lion lilies?
2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers.
Huh? But they're not there in the printout from the security camera.
Only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
Were they fucking, dude? Maybe he's the dad. And he's like, that could totally be it. That's why she can't talk about it, because he's the president. She was his Monica Lewinsky, dude. And if anybody found out, that would be big trouble. I mean, look, like, the president having a mistress? That seems too scandalous for this game, but, like, I think maybe they were entwined. Maybe maybe they were entwined and it would be like maybe they're not married, so that would like look bad for the president, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't care, but like, for whatever reason, they always seem like, I don't know how it is in like other countries, but in America, it's always like very it seems almost like a soft like requirement. Like it's not legally required, but it's like for some reason we look at like presidential candidates, and if they don't have like a spouse, we are like, oh, he doesn't have it together because he doesn't have a spouse. I remember that was like the case with Cory Booker, because he was running for president. I remember everybody was like, oh, like, I think people thought he was gay though. That was like, I think people automatically assume that you're gay if you don't have like a spouse and you're running for office, which is like kind of crazy, but I don't know. I guess we just assume like we assume somebody who holds like the highest power in the country to have like a relationship, have like all of their boxes checked. But like, I don't know. Do we really need a married president? Have we ever had a single let's see. Let me see. Has there ever been a single president? James Buchanan, the 15th president, is the only U.S. president who was a lifelong bachelor and never married. And the only other, fellas, is it gay to not be married for real? The only other president who was unmarried at the time of his inauguration was Grover Cleveland. There were some presidents who were widowed. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that people are like very fixated on like marriage for a presidency, to the fact that we even have like the whole title of first lady. Um like it's something that's like almost an official unofficial title that I don't know. It's just it's interesting. It's interesting that like psychologically that we think lesser of a presidential candidate for not wanting or for not being like in a married relationship. But it's like it's funny because you look at like uh you look at Clinton, who like had the very famous like scandal with his mistress, and it's like I don't know if that's what happens. I don't know if I really want them to be in a relationship. I did not have sexual relationship. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. It's a crazy quote that a president really did say. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. He did, by the way. He did. I think it was found that he did. He did that shit. What, more secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers.
My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Seriously, Your Honor. Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on. You gotta give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? He's got a point.
Hey, you leave her alone.
Sean.
I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? So they were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat.
Oh, guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
Fuck that guy.
He's been splooging in my mom, Sean. He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets? They're quite a pair.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet.
Huh?
You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you?
Oh, I get it. You saw the flowers on the president's body. You remembered seeing your mom with them.
Felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No!
Got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie yet. A bouquet of lion lilies given to President Wang by Judge Cavell, recovered from on top of his body by Sean. President Wang's autopsy report data updated in my organizer.
I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. Because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago.
That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor.
Refrigeration unit in a depot?
Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yep. Found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong.
Three Z's. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I can't yet say. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Yeah, I guess Excelsius. Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect. Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who just recently proved was... We just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wang? Why was he even allowed to, like, walk around? Like, that's what I'm confused about. Like, why was he even, like, free to move around when he was... Shouldn't he have been held up in the jail? You know, since he murdered a guy and literally just yesterday? Does he really have that much influence that they were like, we'll just let you go? I guess maybe somebody paid bail for him. You would think that they would have made bail, like, super expensive for such a high-profile case like that. Chairman Winner, you think he killed President Wang? Why not? You've proven that he was present. If he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Could he really have? Certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... That number again. Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago? Yup. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming for you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case. Do you think his pubes also look like that? Sorry. Heh. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead. Show me proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. And yes, they do. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? What happened 12 years ago? I still don't really fully understand that. Oh, murder, I guess. How am I supposed to make this correlation if I don't know anything about it? Oh. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winner by Warden the Guard. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter? And that's not all. Take a look at this. The letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Oh yeah. What? But something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. Something strange is going on. Agent Lang, did you hear that McDonald's is making purple burgers? Because of Grimace? There's a connection between the two murders, there has to be. I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? And these are all the wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Shifu! What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots. I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? Disobeying a direct order? Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you've figured out what happened, and we can't either. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. You think it's that easy? You could solve the case just like that? I think we can, together. Huh. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes, Shifu, Shifu, Shifu. Like his fanboys.
Nice. I guess it's my turn to step up.
I'm sorry, Kay.
Looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that.
Ah, you mean Mr. Thief?
Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know, I read in newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. All right. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. Man, we really are like jumping from past cases to past cases on this one, huh? Happened on a winter's day 12 years ago, February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhang Fa. So he was kidnapped? Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that?
Well, take 1,000,000 100 times. More than you can imagine, it seems. 1/10 of a billion. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhang Fa until midnight on the 10th. Nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely.
So President Wang was head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. His penis was massive. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested? Yeah. None other than our friend Fifi Lagarde.
What?
Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, wasn't she?
Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. but they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though. He worked the case alone until eventually he found a suspect, Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I can't fucking make a case out of this shit. I don't think it's enough for a little thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who is this? Another character? Who's this now? Ah. Franziska.
And Mr. Fender.
Yeah, I'm here too. We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to.
Here.
What's this?
It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report. When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this was what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Franziska.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner.
He was the prosecutor in charge? Him again.
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case available to us? Sounds like we owe him.
Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. He'll show up in like half an hour, but he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there.
He's even started to sound like a prosecutor. Growth.
Indeed he is. All right. Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene, no problem.
Excellent. Let's get started. Well, according to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody. All 400 of you.
April 6th, 3:25 p.m. Big Building Plaza. Alright, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion.
Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see. Seems there was an eyewitness. Whoa. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldown. I fell down. I'll fall down. For those who don't know, a lot of the characters in these games have like punny names. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. Who else has funny names? Lotta Hart. Dijon Wang, I think is like a mustard. Shilong Lang. Penny Nichols, that's the coins. Sean Fenn, I don't know that one. Verity Gavel, Dick Gumshoe. Eddie Fender is literally just a defender. For some of the I think some of the like more prominent characters like Von Karma are just like they just have names that are kind of normal. I guess Von Karma isn't that normal, but Eustace Winter, Fifi Lagarde. Lagarde is just like Lagarde. Regina Berry, Simeon Saint. I think we found that one's a Simon Saint, but it's a monkey pun. Will Powers, that one's pretty obvious. Tabby Lloyd, that one's also pretty obvious. Tabloid. Celsius Winter, Bronco Knight, Bodhidharma Canis, Shelly the Killer, Alfal Down. Let's add to the long roster of characters. He was kidnapped by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. Before that... Now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... the Happy Family Home. Like for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage? Yeah, the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wang, Excelsior Winter, and Warden Lagarde? Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. K. Could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Alfdown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice.
All right, we're counting on you. Here we go. Whoa. He sure did fall down.
What the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. Yeah, so basically Kay's little thief has the ability to recreate crime scenes based on the information she puts into it. It's a cool mechanic. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, that's how it looked when they started investigating it. 7 a.m. I don't know why I said 3. The morning after the murder.
It seemed it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Alright. Another side case, I guess.
Boy, howdy. Is this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green. Must be an outbreak or something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if even their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're going to get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think we want to. These people are wearing green. They must be sick, says the woman wearing green. How dare you, Scruffy? Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway.
Eek, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir.
What's the matter, detective?
It's about the SS5 incident, what else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge of it and all, but a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seemed off. So that got me to thinking. I put in a call and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy. I deny everything. Eek.
It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francisco. What's up, Sammy? Don't worry. Your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. Behind it is what appears to be a motor.
You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again.
Do you know? No, I don't know what that is.
Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true.
Wouldn't that be a little dangerous?
And what dream is it, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Rise? Oh. True, but hardly applicable to this case.
What do you want?
Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping.
They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there?
Give me paw. I ain't got none. If I had them, I'd be eating them.
It's alright. You don't have to talk for him. It's alright. You don't have to talk for him. He can just have me himself.
Please don't phrase it like that.
Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in the garbage can. I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked.
So you had to come back today and try again?
Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face.
What is with me and attracting Germans? I mean, nothing. Much love to Germany. It's just, where are y'all coming from?
Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy, threezy with three Z's.
The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it is a catchy name.
Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face.
We come from Germany. I see, thank you, that's very helpful. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found?
Not a whole lot, I bet. Snoozing is easy, threezy with three Z's.
What are you, the spokesperson? The messengers.
I remember waking up feeling cold, somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other languages written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled.
And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there.
Yes, the cooler must have been on until before I was brought here. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason.
The boxes were German. Maybe they were Dutch.
So I used that to call for help.
I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely.
Say it like you mean it, why don't you?
It's not the most gracious child I've met.
Reminds me of a certain somebody else.
Oh, me? Edgeworth?
Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home.
Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her?
That was not my intent at all. I didn't even say anything.
Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mom's honor. Shut up. I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep...
That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that
Judge Gavelle, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not, of other gods and goddesses?
She was.
Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either.
So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial.
It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry. Excelsius Winter's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man.
Indeed, he simply had some growing to do, but then don't we all? Kay included.
Kind of feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to it next time I get the chance.
And I am sure that chance will come. But for now...
Indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand.
Hey, this arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right?
Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today.
But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time?
Seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building.
The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. It was Twitter? I don't know.
And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly.
But 12 years is a long time to reheat something. For if it was your lunch, it'd be ruined.
There are burn marks on this pillar here.
The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A lot of mirroring. A lot of mirroring to the current case, because there was also a fire that broke out due to the heater. I feel like there were other correlations as well. There was a kidnapping, and the president was also involved. A fire.
Let's see. Where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene.
Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch, possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. The children set the orphanage yard on fire as a prank sometime during the evening before the incident. Looks chiller than your chillest look out here, Miles and Reno. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? For you, K-Meister, anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Fiefs and the chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Where indeed? I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Heh, not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Offender. You're not taking this seriously at all. He did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. An igloo shaped like a bear. The perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside of it. Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? What about the summer? Wouldn't the big igloo melt? Again. Say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? You're no fun. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. Never heard of it. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a K-Faraday pop-up pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1. The hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options? Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a third. Well, that definitely narrows it down. 3-4. 3-2. Hmm. 3 planners covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then he appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Nope. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. The sex between those two was crazy, but no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises, who knows from where. A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. He used to come home with a lot of bruises, but it was for a different reason. You can catch my drift. Yes, I know. Yes, thank you. I'll be the judge of that. As warm as fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That case ruined my father. My family, too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous, and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids. He made sure they told him everything. Wonder if he learned anything of value. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Oh, and look at this cute little button eye just lying there. He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. That's when it's usually coldest. I don't think that would have ever even helped that much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman. What? That is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. Alright, we've got everything on the outside. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. What? In a very particular pattern? Well, there were 3 monster footprints. Is that what they're... Oh. Yeah, that checks out. Because there were 3 monster foot-shaped prints. So I wonder if when whoever addressed this letter and said we retrieved the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. I'm guessing it was like paved over, right? And that's why he went out of his way to dig up the pavement. And he did so in 3 places. And then made it look like there were 3 footprint shaped stencils, I guess. If that makes sense. I feel like it's starting to make sense. I mean, we kind of already like made the connection that it was the like this was him, right? But like I'm like 99%. I mean, because they've already like went over it, right? That Excelsius Winter was here last night digging things up. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I think I'm on the right track on that. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae. Lilaceae. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Cavell give President Wang some lion lilies? Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. Okay. I'm revising my theory. I don't think she fucked him. I think she was adopted by him. Perhaps. Yeah, that feels a lot more Ace Attorney. He was adopted by him. She was adopted by him, but because he was the president, I don't know. Like, why would that be like scandalous though? I'm just trying to like think about why she won't fess up about whatever she's hiding, right? And it's like maybe it's like scandalous, but I don't think it's scandalous if you adopt a child. I feel like that's, if anything, that would be something that you would want people to know about. Not that you would do it for like the sake of like the publicity, but like, I don't know. There's definitely something that we don't know. Like, I think I might be onto the right track, because this whole thing with the lion lilies is very interesting. I don't know. Because 12 years ago, she's 26 now, which is crazy. I don't believe that. But lore-wise, she's 26. 12 years ago, she would have been 14, so she would have been a minor. So she would have been at a, if my theory is correct, she would have been, you know, as a minor, if she didn't have like parents, then yeah, she would have been in a an adoption, what do you call it? Not a foster home. What is it? You know what I mean. The what's the word? Fuck. You know what I mean. What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I think I'm right. Which is a little awkward that I suggested that they fucked. Oops. Retracted. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisco. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Al Faldown. He sure did. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from that brick right there. Damn. Beat his ass with a brick, dude. Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Alf Nowton's autopsy report. Thank you. Victim was struck on the head and died at around 1 a.m. on February 10th. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right?
Are you deaf in one ear? It was the bond between parent and child, okay? I knew that. The cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah. It says here in the file that Mr. Alfdown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. But she didn't pick up. So he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Hey, Rosie, it's me. Oh. Rosie, for those who don't know, Rosie was the victim of the last case, which it's starting to come together. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Because in the letter, Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. That makes sense. That makes sense. Her revenge. She wanted to avenge her dead husband. That's crazy. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Orphanage. That's the word. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another... Damn it. Lights out. I can't quite see, but... Looks like he was been kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know. What were those sounds at the end? Must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Alfdown's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Damn. Damn, dude. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean a revenge for what happened 12 years ago? All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover, and so seeking revenge on Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Damn, dude, that's crazy. We're not even in like the deepest trenches of this case either. That's crazy that like this is wow. This case is really something. I did not expect them to go this hard. This might be one of the best. I mean, we're not fully through with it, but this has turned out to be one of the best cases, I gotta say. Really, really interesting. It's one of those things, though, that it requires a lot of knowledge about, like, the other cases. Which, like, obviously I have, but if you're coming in here, it's probably just like, oh, okay. You know? Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Mr. Al... Oh, typo. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Al down. Yeah. Gotta go. No worries, Nils. Thanks for hanging. Al Faldown, freelance journalist, killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, autopsy report says that's where he was hit with a brick. Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? Damn, it's a lot of evidence. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. It's the president, right? Oh shit. I think I know who the murderer might be. And I'm not super excited about it. Uh-oh. Well, 12 years ago. I don't know. It couldn't be Eddie Fender, could it? I don't know, just the way that he's dressed feels. I guess anybody could dress that way though. I shouldn't profile just based on the clothing. I guess that's also how Edgeworth's dad was dressed too, so it's the president, right? And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Outdown witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. How come they only found the one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. This was the brick used in the murder. Stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. Probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? Blood. Yeah, fresh blood. Plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, he died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head. Yes, and that blood spread out over the entire area. I doubt anyone could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da-bum. Ba-da-dum. Bum. Is that everything? Where, missing something? Oh, well then, why'd you... Huh? Eh? There's not a check mark by it, though. Esta glitch? Alright. What's the deuce? 3 footprints, planners. Come on, yeah. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the 3 prints, now compared to that of the planters.
Whoa.
That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them? He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging up the report? Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winter. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? As the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winter. Why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for? Alright, I am going to take a quick pee break. We'll be back.
What's so much fun about driving on the mountain?
What you think, doofus? You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners.
The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? You're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
I don't know. That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
I don't know.
I got a little cherry Danish. That's good. Oh, you know what? I was gonna get more water. Hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh, this shit is so good. I also I was looking into what I usually do with these cases. I'll look up like the full case on YouTube and just like scroll to where I am. We are about 2/3 way through the case, so we're making pretty good headway. All right. I still don't think we're gonna finish it today, but we probably will do. I think what'll probably happen is we will get through enough to do like a half episode next week. Because I'm very antsy. I'm very antsy to start the next game. I've been very excited for Ace Attorney Chronicles, because those are the newest ones. So we've been kind of time traveling with these two games, because technically I think these happen between the third and the fourth games, if I'm not mistaken. So these next two games are the 9th and 10th. Alright. The guard asked him to dig something near a planter, but what? Brick used in murder. What did Winter dig up? I don't know. Might as well try it. Okay. Yeah, thought so. I thought as much. So I guess we're missing something.
Oh, we haven't talked to this patient yet. Shifu! It's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake just once? I'm begging you. For old time's sake? Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off. 1. Sorry, Shifu. Just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kinda lonely. Fool! Shouldn't matter if there's one of you or 100. You may be on your own right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off. 1. 1. 1. 1. Is he crying? His footprints go towards the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Oh, that's my size. Pretty average, in other words. Average. It's about how you use things. It's not about the size. It's about how you use them. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Outdown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12?
Now that is pretty big.
Way above average. Not many people have a size 12. According to the file, they were the same size as the shoes. It's a match. I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now. Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated.
Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing.
There's Mr. Outdown in the middle of the planters. There's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence Outdown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory. He did? Yeah. After all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. Or you can check out Rhythm Doctor at some point. I think you said you wanted to look at it. I can check it out, sure. It's hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh, so they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene. Then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Outdown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father. DeLong Lang? Alright. Sure. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. Yeah, together they were DeLong Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. Crazy ass name. Yeah. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. I hope they don't Edgeworth DeLong Wang. Okay. Let's look at this chud. Mr. Aldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here. And then called Rosie Ringer. And then called Rosie Ringer, by which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand, ready to strike. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. Okay, yeah, we already read all that. Shame there. Yep. That's a lie. Yeah, I know. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Alright, what's going on with this snowman? Hey, that snowman melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off. Oh, so he must have grabbed the button, because they said that he said there was a button. Yeah, bloody button found clutching Aldown's right hand. The blood is his. So yeah, he must have grabbed it. What's up, Stephanie? He must have grabbed it from the snowman. Yeah, must have. Indeed, it still looks reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see one thing that's missing. Aw, poor guy. I bet some kid took it off as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential. It's a button. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Bloody button. I'm doing alright. How are you, Stephanie? The snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Certain je ne sais quoi. Yeah, his right eye. Or his right eye, I guess that too. Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it. The button Mr. Aldown was holding. Look at that, it's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. If we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? A lot of money, had to buy a new phone yesterday. Oh. Damn. Phone you get? You got games on your phone? What does the button contradict? The victim's location? The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Aldown lost his balance, and reached out to grab something to steady himself, the snowman? The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. hardly nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. Alright, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldown's body was found. Fell out of my pocket in Primark while I was joking with my little cousin. Oh, did you break you broke the old one? The footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldown's, right? So what's the deal? Damn. Let's take another look and see if we can figure something out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldown's footprints? Well, they're the same size, 12, which is pretty big. The prints match his shoes. Also go straight to the middle of the planters, where his body was found. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far, basically impossible. I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. At his shoes? These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh. They aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. Not actually Aldown's shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. Oh. He floated? No. No, okay. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? That would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I'm gonna take a closer look. Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. The case file says they must belong to the murderer. They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates. That's just because there's less snow over here now. Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and face. Poor snowman, he's not looking good. Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All I have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth. All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries. Yeah. All I have to do is wait. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates too. Aw, look, they planted stuff that flowers in winter under all that snow. Indeed, a little frigid, but tasteful nonetheless, even if this is a simulation. Yes, indeed. A bit frosty looking, but tasty. Nonetheless, for a simulation. Is that everything? What? What am I missing? Maybe I gotta do something in a minute. Alright, let's see what we got. Brick used in murder, found by Aldown's body. Did it come from somewhere nearby? There are signs indicating that Aldown's body has been moved from somewhere. What did Winter bring up? The guard asked him to dig something up near a planter, but what? Was Winter involved? Got the guard acquitted for the kidnapping? Were they accomplices? Saw a flash yellow for a second there. Did you? Did it have a check by it? If Chairman Winter was involved in President Wang's abduction, it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. See a check mark? I'll check it again. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. Certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. Alright, let me see. Do. I know when it like goes on the screen, I think it does turn yellow for a second. Let me see. Yeah, like when it comes in through the screen, it does turn yellow for a second. Oh, wait. Oh, look, there's a brick missing here. Oh, okay. I just thought that was like a separate bed. Alright. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Good eye. Strange that just this one is missing. Brick used in murder, missing brick. Three. Seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. The body was moved. Brick from the snowman. Bam. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right. The button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed. And what's more, the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters. Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Here goes. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed. Everybody who was... It's a party. Everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? The bloody button? Okay, would you mind taking a look at this for me? Or wait. Was it the footprints? Because the victim's shoes? Yeah. No? But the photograph. Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown? Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And then he took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. Oh. So they staged it to look like he was... the gun was pointed at him? But that would mean that the president was in on it. Yo, that's crazy if true. Which leads me to think that the person who did the murder here, maybe there was like maybe them and the president were in like some sort of disagreement, and maybe the president was like, I'm gonna expose you, and he was like, no, and then he killed him. It's my dramatic reenactment. No, I'm gonna push you off this building. That's interesting. I mean, this is just me like totally speculating here. I don't know if that's what they're gonna go with, but it feels like it could be. They had the president at gunpoint. They could have easily forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right? Indeed. Imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there. They replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way. That is interesting. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. Seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he was being kidnapped? What's up, Zephyus? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh, yeah, he left that voicemail, too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? It's surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Finishing up college stuff for the semester? Oh, yeah, it is that time. Good luck, good luck. Where could he have been standing? I don't know. Was he actually here after all? Where else could he have been? Those are the two places. Maybe he was right here. Shit.
Oh no.
The miracle never happened. Mentioned some of the stuff he could see, right? He did. Perhaps we can use that to help us figure out where they were standing. Here? How about here? There's some stuff on my community's final, some math stuff. Finally finished up all assignments in my computer info systems class. It's crashing out right now since the one module is pro AI.
Ew. Bleh.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of them have been I've seen a lot more college courses that are like utilizing AI.
Bleh. Bleh.
I say. Do I need a reason? What? You mean you don't have? What? You mean you don't have one? I think I've guessed everywhere. So I'm using Bing for all of that class's questions since neither AI or that class have any value, just teaches corporate schlock. I'd rather be playing Subnautica or Giga Bash right now. Hell yeah. Love Subnautica. I feel like I guessed everywhere. I have no idea. Uh, I was guessing. The fuck? Where the fuck was it? Really, the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. I don't know. What? I feel like I've guessed like every place that they possibly could be. What is this tomfoolery? What is this gobbledygook I see before my very eyes? Give me something. Give me something, dude. Oh my god, dude. I have no idea. He mentioned some of the stuff he could see. Yeah, okay. Well, did we even figure out where the shit fuck? Because we don't even know if that's where the altercation happened. If it even did happen. Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another. Damn it, the lights out. So I can. The lights out. The lights out. So he's the light. He's at the orphanage with the light. What? He said the lights out. He said he's at the orphanage and the lights out. What do you mean? What? I don't understand. Oh, there's a light here. There's a light out here too. Oh my god, I feel like I fucking guessed that, but okay. I had 2 whole game overs for this. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I didn't see there was another one that was out. Recall this statement from Mr. Aldon's voicemail. Finally, you got it, idiot. Damn it, the light's out. I can't believe they said damn it in Ace Attorney. Have they ever said damn it before? Is this the first damn it? I glossed over that so fast, but I feel like they never curse in Ace Attorney. I guess damn it isn't like that bad. But as a kid, I remember if I said damn it, my mom would have been like, Antonius Drosera. We do not use that language in this house. I'm taking away your computer privileges for 1 day. I still don't cuss in front of my mom to this day. Like, I will never say curse words in front of her. Because she's just instilled in me. Time for the death counter, perhaps? I know, for real. Ace Attorney death counter. But yeah, I'm not allowed to say it. Not allowed to say bad words to my mom. People always laugh at me about that, because like I would always go to like my I still swear just never in front of YT, since I don't want to get atomized by the algorithm. I don't think you'll get I don't know if you swearing in like a chat is gonna ding you. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it's just only if you make videos with it. But so I know they are weird about, I mean, a lot of social media is weird about cursing. But no, my mom was like, no cursing. To this day, I still don't cuss in front of my mom. I say freaking. And shoot. And dang. Two of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, you must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the stimulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over there by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? To switch between the two recreations, I need to first press X to talk with K. Then select switch recreations. I'll give that a try later when I need it. Okay. Mr. Aldon wasn't killed here between the planners at all. Then what's this blood doing here? Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered. Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready for when you are. So this is where Mr. Aldon actually saw the president and his kidnapper. Yes, which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere. Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Making a photo like that? That's just cheating. Not to mention, disposing of Mr. Aldon's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. I still don't know if it was forced, but I'll go with it. They must have put in some new film and staged the photo immediately afterward. If Chairman Winter was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well. Certainly doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently. Yeah, but he's behind bars now. And the truth is coming out at last. Indeed. Although much still remains unclear. Certainly need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Aldon actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before. Indeed, we should examine the area where we previously thought it fell too. Want me to show you the scenes as reported in the police's case files, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when they found the body. And there we have it. So this is where Mr. Aldon really met his fate. He was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. No worries, Nils. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph, over to the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back, yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. Bird-a-dee-doo. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep. And she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right? Oh, we already read this. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Aldown was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. What? The police report said the blood was Mr. Aldown's. Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. But then, why go to all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Aldown's body. And he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they'd used that for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It'd simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Yeesh. So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Aldown's clothes were covered with blood, too. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldown's body was placed here. I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Aldown was killed. I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Left on the scene of the murder 12 years ago, the blood wasn't Aldown's. Okay. Whose blood was it then? Alright. We've been going for 6 hours. God damn. I'm gonna call it for today. We are about 3/4 way through the case. I'm thinking we will finish it next time. And looking forward to it. We'll be back tonight for what are we doing? I think we're gonna be playing another Crab's Treasure. Alright, gamers. Love you so much. See you then. Take care of yourselves, and as always, ciao. Bye, everybody. Boom, boom, boom.